Exactly. Which is exactly what I've been experiencing and why this is so valuable because it gives me a perspective of charting that I've never known before.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm not as experienced as most of the people on here, so they may know it, but I don't. Um, so it
And I
is
appreciate.
invaluable.
Yes, it is because, and also, would you short from here? From right here?
Heck
Uh,
no.
right. Would you short from here? Possibly. Okay. Because if you know that 110.5 is critical and you understand the angles, you might have understood that that was a top then for the time being. But overall, for structure, no. Because
Right.
overall we were ascending. But this is very helpful to understand that you may not want to have a buy here. You may want to wait until you get to maybe this area because this is
Mhm.
more of a breakout
Right.
possibility than down over here. Because here you had so much,
Right.
like, are we gonna go back under to this line from 109.6? Are we gonna go back
Yeah.
to 104? I mean,
Just so much indecision. That's right. Yeah.
look at that. You could have come right underneath there.
Gosh.
Look at this angle.
Yeah,
See,
that's amazing.
you could have been all the way down to 108. So that's why there are times in the chart when there's no trade.
Yeah, that's actually what Ghost and I were talking about yesterday. I told D-Block I had an epiphany about the 13 and the 50 crossing, and then Ghost was helping another guy out, and I was just learning so much from that, but he was talking about the fear and greed index
Mhm.
and checking it every day, and yesterday it was right at 50, so it was right in the middle, and that's indecision.
That's correct.
And that's exactly, so you build those confluences, that's what he was saying to me last night. You build all of those confluences and you say, do you have enough data to safely enter? And no, we
Correct.
didn't, because of everything that you're charting out here. So it's just reinforcing
Right.
everything that we were learning yesterday. So yeah, this is really good stuff.
So, and you can also see where, okay, so you have a descending angle still waiting to be broken right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and if you follow that angle down,
All the way
that
down.
takes you here. But remember now we're making progress here because we're building structure if indeed we can trade over the 200 EMA, and
Right.
that will get this line, right? But you still have this, and then to deal this resistance band and this descending, because this is where the 50 EMA structure is falling until you correct that. You can't be sure of the ascending anymore again
Yeah,
until you
okay, so this is what I did yesterday, so it makes me think I'm kinda going down the right path with you saying that, because I didn't see what you just pointed out there until you moved your cursor and it highlighted it, but what I did yesterday just to, just so I can try to, like I said, step by step build a trading plan and strategy, but understand all of the moving parts. So I just took all of my indicators off. I had, of course, I always have Trader's Reality on, but I just had
Mhm,
the, actually, I even went to the line like you have here, went to the line chart and just,
mhm.
I initially, I just saw the line and saw the movement. And then I put the candles on, but I only, and then I put the 800, the 200, the 50, and the 13 on, and that indicator that D-Block gave us, that where the 13 is crossing the 50, and I just watched the movement of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I can watch the movement of the EMAs, where they are in what time frames. And like I was telling Ghost last night, I said doing that, I went out on the daily because he was saying, you need to get out to bigger time frames. I looked at the daily and I noticed last night the 13 had crossed the 50 on the daily
Yep.
right when I was trying to, understand how all these EMAs set the structure, so to
Mm-hmm.
speak, for the candles and the ebb and flow of it. So, what you're doing here is obviously so much more advanced, but fundamentally, it's the same thing because you're still
Right.
looking at the 50, you're still looking at the 200. We still have to get over those to build the foundation. So, am I looking at that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay?
So this is the daily, right? And when I first started talking, I was talking to you about, this, these arcs, right?
Okay.
So here, this is the ribbon of the daily, right?
Oh,
I'm
okay. See, I probably didn't catch that. So,
no, yeah, because
okay.
if you're not
Yeah.
used to looking at it, I have to, but right here, I'm going to change the way this looks in a minute. So you see what I'm seeing. But remember I was talking about the arc, the
Yes.
vertical line, all right?
Yep.
The vertical line here and
Got it.
this
Got it.
horizontal. And then this spot right here as being
Okay.
so pivotal. Now, what I want you to see is this is the ribbon structure.
Okay.
Okay. Notice how I have my triangle in there, and there's that white the line ribbon. Okay.
So what is
Look,
that white ribbon?
okay, I'll show you in a second, but just
Okay. Okay.
remember, okay,
Yeah.
it's an ascending line. Okay, it's
Okay.
ascending line, but notice it's behind in time. Okay, because
Mm-hmm.
this is July. If you look on the bottom where I have my cursor, see that's July 23rd. See on the bottom of the chart?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because this is a
Interest
daily. The
Yeah. Yeah.
daily
Yeah. Yeah.
candles, okay, take up more. Here's where we are right here in price right now, 111 52. Look at it's right on my target. I mean, you can't
Mm-hmm.
get any closer than
Wow.
that on the day, on the time, nothing. Okay,
That's
but
crazy.
what I also want you to see is look at this little divot in the EMA
Oh, yeah. Yep.
band right
Yep.
there, isn't it? Perfect. This horizontal line
Mm-hmm.
has been there, and so is this one on my charting. And look at these ascending lines from underneath. Boom, boom, and boom. These three. These three lines are extremely important. And I'm going to click on them and you'll see.
Okay.
It's the fib spiral on the daily. Okay?
Okay.
That means that this line, once we cross this line right there, we are officially ascending on the daily. There's a gap between here and here. And look at here's this line.
Yeah. 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 Wow.
Okay.
That's important then.
Yes. So
Really.
and
Yeah.
and we're over this arc. Okay.
Okay.
So now look at this tip here, this 110,080. Okay. And then look at where the yellow bars. So cross bar here,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Got
this
it.
ascending. Now I'm going to change the perspective of my chart. Look,
Oh, wow. That just
now I'm going to put now I'm going to put the daily or the TR main back on. You see it?
Yeah, right there. Mm-hmm.
So the price is underneath the structure, right? And when you come across that line, look at where it is on the snowflake right here. And
Oh
see how this
God.
Look, it is
Wow.
freaking amazing. Amazing, 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 amazing.
Wow. You know, speaking of TR Main, I was listening to Tino earlier today, and he had a question from somebody right at the end. And I haven't listened to him for just weeks, but my son wanted me to listen to it and tell him what tell him what he said. So I was listening and, heard um, all the who's who selling off and going into corporate bonds and all of that stuff. But at the very end of it, somebody in chat said something about who cares about the price of Bitcoin. What I want to know is the time. Let me see if I can remember this correctly. What I want to know is the time and velocity,
Yep.
maybe.
Velocity, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
of where Bitcoin is at. And then Tino responds, this guy gets it. It doesn't the price is irrelevant. It's the time frame that the price is irrelevant. Oh, I'm echoing.
somebody has YouTube open.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that was my voice. God, it sounded like
I
a
know, I know. You're okay. They turned it off.
okay. Okay. Um, what he was saying and validating this guy's statement that what we need to pay more attention to is the time, the momentum, and the velocity of the structure of Bitcoin because the price follows that. We all
Yeah.
keep charting looking for price and price structure. And because it made me think of you, and I thought, God, that's exactly what BJ does.
Mm-hmm.
She expands out into the next 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months of
Mm-hmm.
where potentially based on mathematical
Yep.
trajectory, time and space of where we're going,
That's right.
where we could potentially go. God, yeah, the light
So,
bulb kind of went off there too, and I went, that's so counterintuitive to what when you're starting to learn this process, it's always about price. And it's always about the fib levels and this price and this price and this price, and this is where you enter. But think you just kind of got to take a step back and look at it from, pull the magnifying glass out, if you will, and go macro on it and say, no, it's really not about the price and the price point and where it can go locally, but it's about time and space and what seasons we're entering into with the legacy market and that whole picture. There's so many moving parts, but how do you actually track that? And that when you learn that, which again is what you're doing, and when you understand that, then you can attach the price to it because it's at those levels of where the value comes in, if I'm saying
mhm.
that correctly.
Well, you are the the found the map or the playing field is already there. You
Yes. Yep.
you um the price action that occurs, okay, gives support to, or it negates it, or it adds support to what you already have uh,
Right.
in the projection.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so the closer you get to a particular, like right here, this is an important point right here. This is 147,200. Okay, now notice my little note there. 6 hour sending support. That means that at some point in time, that line might become the bottom of the 6 hour time frame. That is a support line on an angle.
That's
So
amazing.
yeah, and that was determined way back there, way
Yeah.
back when I
Yeah.
wrote it. Okay, so we're coming up onto a spot right here now. The way I do things, that
Mhm.
this is important. So I look down and I see that's Saturday, November 8th. Now, if I draw a vertical, look at where that's hitting this curve,
Yep,
it's
yep.
hitting this curve, okay? And I also have to look back to here, okay? This on the daily, this is where we had a curve down. This is a fulcrum, boom, up. I mean, look at how that boom, up. That arc can take you to here. That's 126.3. I mean, it's already there. The price target that I've had of 125,469 has been since way back, like months and months ago, last summer. And it
Wow.
comes from here,
Yeah.
from way back here.
No
This is,
wonder you get so excited when this plays
yes,
out because you've looked at this, gosh, sometimes a year ago,
yes.
and now it's coming to fruition. That is
Yeah.
nuts.
And
That's
I've
amazing.
talked about this dang pink curve for so many
Mhm.
months now. It's sickening. But that pink curve we're hitting. So this
Wow.
picture this is where the potential was way back here. This was November,
Yes.
Of
Oh my
2024.
God.
Okay,
Wow.
November, and it's taken. Look at how the rise over that arc, right? So the potential is here on that curve.
Oh, wow.
Look at it. Look,
Okay, I
look at where
got
we are now.
it.
Okay.
Oh
Boom,
my God.
boom. I gotta hold
Nuts.
on.
It's right on it.
Yes.
It's like a trend line that it just bounces off of. Oh my
But
gosh,
it's
that's
not,
crazy.
people, you talk about trend lines. This is a different ball game because when you're
Yeah.
using geometry, um,
Yep.
this is next level crap
Yes.
here,
Yes.
guys
Yes. That's
and
exactly
girls.
right.
See how we hit it? And we made all-time high after we hit that curve,
Unbelievable. Oh
right?
my gosh. So it just very gently though comes back down. It doesn't have a big drop, even though we're anticipating seeing some
You're right.
lower potential in the future, but still if it comes back up and has that gentle slope, that's still positive. That's not
This is
I can't
why
tell.
I'm excited. See, you've got the 5 EMA coming down here. Now, this curve can, become a, an issue, right? If we can't get across it because we have got this middle. Look at it down here. See, this is see how the snowflake, look how perfect the snowflake is. God
Mhm.
dang it, it's perfect. Look at that. Here's the 800.
Yeah.
And here's that vertical line that we drew as our zero line right here. Remember I colored it
Yep.
black?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Now
It's right on the
it's the
tip of that.
horizontal.
Mhm.
Now watch how it changes on the 5 minute, or let's go 15.
Oh,
Yeah, just hang on. It's got to,
yep, that's fine.
okay. Now look at how that line looks here. It doesn't look vertical, does it? And
Mm-mm.
there's the pink curve here. Notice where all of these like meet up here. That, okay? So this,
Wow,
and
yeah.
yeah, now I'm going to stretch this out and look at how they're becoming, it's
Yes,
different. Yeah, hold on.
yeah.
This is where you get the price to bar ratio in order to help me show. But if you see that all of this looks like it's way underneath, right? Like a,
Mhm.
like, okay.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
structure is moving up. It's
Okay.
leaving this area and it's moving, structure is moving up above 106.1 or 106, and then this
Right.
line here, right? Structure is
Okay.
moving up above here. So when we get across the 111 and 112, right? We're heading over into new structure, and that's depicted by that daily, you know, getting up there. right? Here's our movement. And we're just now in between the 200. See, this is the 200
Okay.
MA. This,
Okay.
and here is the 50 MA. Notice how it's coming above that descending angle right there. See that little red angle? And this is the 50 MA, right? That
This,
point.
okay.
Then this
And
point,
you're looking at this on the daily, is that right?
no, right now I'm on the 15-minute.
Okay, so I've got a question then, because
Mhm.
all of this looks like upward momentum, but
Yep.
how do you reconcile um, what I saw yesterday with the 13 EMA crossing the 50 on the daily and making that first, well, what it did was it made this first red dot pulling it, insinuating that it was going to have downward movement.
I told you
Okay.
yesterday, you have to wait one daily candle. If you're on
Yep.
the daily, if you're on the five
Waiting.
minute and you cross,
Oh
you have
no!
to wait one candle, right? So if you're on the daily,
What? What?
then
No,
you
I
need to
missed
wait.
that
wait
part.
one candle for confirmation.
Mhm.
Oh, you're kidding. Okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
All
When you're on
right.
the 5 minute and the 13 crosses, we wait for one candle of confirmation to make sure that it's not a fake out. On the daily, you've got a whole 24 hours to wait before you
Oh
can take the
gosh,
signal. Yeah. What's
I
going on,
totally
everybody?
missed that. That's clutch. Hey,
Yeah,
Dbloc.
yeah, but that makes the light bulbs go off, right?
Gosh, yes, because I was listening to your whole analogy, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, but that crossed yesterday, so you got to do just kind of like a stopping volume with a bullish engulfing afterwards for confirmation. Is it kind of this similar to that? I mean, I know they're two totally different things, but you're just waiting for a confirmation, not just off the initial movement. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Gosh, thanks, D Block,
You
for
see how our daily
clarifying.
candle came in green, right?
I
So
haven't even
this
looked at it.
this daily candle has the possibility in the next 4 hours to pop up and invalidate that 13 crossing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
See what I mean?
Okay, I'm jumping over to you. Okay. Gosh, dang, that's important to know. I did not
Yeah,
grasp
yeah,
that yesterday.
yeah.
Okay.
Which is why when people ask what time frame do I use it on the most, it's lower time frames because it's more actionable,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can act
Oh,
on it
gotcha. Yeah.
quicker.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How
Okay,
is
I'm gonna let you
everybody?
guys at it. I gotta jump off here and go get my little puppy. Thanks,
Nice.
everybody. Thanks, BJ. Good stuff.
No, no problem.
How we doing? Good?
Yep. How are you?
Good, 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 good. Got some family coming over today. My cousin's having her first baby,
Oh, how
so
excited. Oh,
everybody's
she's
in
in the
town.
hospital in labor now, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So everybody's coming in town.
Well, I hope everything goes smoothly for all of them.
Yeah, it was in vitro too, so big deal.
Oh,
Yeah,
it is a big deal.
yeah.
My goodness. And it's their first, it sounds like.
It's their first, and she got pregnant on her first in vitro, which
Exciting.
is insane. Some people have to do that shit 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, well, so who is it again?
My cousin,
Your
my
cousin?
little cousin, yeah.
Okay. Very exciting.
Yeah, crypto babies.
They
So what do
chose
you
in
think
vitro,
this?
or was
No,
it
they
their
had to.
problem
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
company?
they had to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
she had a problem, which is even crazier, right? Because it's one thing to choose it and be
Yep.
completely healthy,
Dude,
but
that's a blessing.
there's something wrong
That's a
with you, and then
blessing.
it actually catches and works. That's insane.
Yep, because that's hella
Miracle.
expensive over time if you
That's
keep
the
it.
problem, bro. I've known at least 2 different women who couldn't have babies and almost went broke trying to go the in vitro route.
Wow.
Yep.
So what are you thinking about this, the Crow announcement and the Trump and
Great. Saw that it
the
was up like 30% today, right?
yep, yep.
Insane.
And then that World Liberty
World Liberty
coin,
Fi. Yeah.
yep.
People
And
got in on that really early though.
mm-hmm,
Like really early. So I'd be careful trying to jump in that late.
yep. Look at that. We're almost at our target there for small time frames on that.
Check this out. I was looking at this earlier. This is neither here nor there, but
Oh, it's got a max number of viewers. I can't. Let's see. Oh, I got you on Gloomies. Okay.
you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Like doing its best 2020 impression.
I know it.
Nuts.
Sure is. Beautiful. Look at that. Yep. Yep. God, this.
So target 1 right now for Bitcoin is 113. My target 2 is 13.2. Our invalidation is 1093.
Yep, I agree. Oh, and but I got 13.9 is extremely important for me. I don't know how you see that.
My take profit isn't too. My take profit is still CME gap, guys. You know me.
Yeah.
I'm shooting for CME gap.
17. Mm-hmm.
Yep. These are just a couple steps along the way to make me feel a little more confident about that move, basically.
So how do you see the 30th shaking out, the 29th and 30th? Because do you
Okay, what are we at right now on FedWatch? Oh, you mean of this month?
yeah, because we've got so many options expirations coming that I think I don't know if that's going to play out for the September 1st date, because the 30th it happens on a Saturday, I think. Friday, yeah, Saturday. The 29th is on the Friday. So that's what I'm trying to determine. Are we going to have the move to 117 before or after, or are we going to go to 117 and then come back down? That's
I don't
where
know.
I'm at.
At this point, I was rooting for a green August, right? At this point, I'm not. At this point, I'm rooting for August to stay just where it is, and then going back and looking at some of the other red August that we have, they were followed by 3 green months. Red August, 4 green months. Red August, 4 green months. Red August, 4 green months. So I'm hoping that we can avoid the dip in September. I think what we did is we left translated the dip, our summer top, right? We were all looking for, well, I was looking for a summer top somewhere the first or second week of September. But at this point, I'd have to
That's
say,
like the summer, that's the bottom.
I think they pulled it early. Yeah. I think they pulled it early, and then September will be green, October will be green, knock on wood, November will be green. One of the things that I do like about it is that we stopped this streak.
Exactly.
Because four red months, 4 green months, cool. 5 green months, cool. 9 green months, probably not gonna happen.
No.
You know what I mean? So eventually we would have had to, we would have had to deal with this. So screw it. Let's deal with it now.
I'm kind of thinking we've got a run till February. If this structure really blooms out here and we get that expansion, it's possible to have a dip in like January and then have a reacceleration again.
It's possible. We're gonna see it if it does happen in global M2 though. If global M2 here falls over and rolls over, we're not gonna get that. If we can get over these highs, then there's a chance to right translate that cycle a little bit. We'll see. We're gonna have to see what the effect is of the cuts. If we cut in September and this thing goes parabolic, then we know what time it is. That's how I'm playing it.
Yeah, beautiful.
What's good is that we'll have prior warning, right? It's not gonna sneak up on us.
I'm wondering if we just, what do you have it on there? Is that the 4 hour?
15 minute.
15-minute. I'm wondering if we're gonna have just a 4 hour retest of the 200 and the 50 on that 4 hour over the weekend. And that will be like the weekend trap before, so that we be like a 2 move to the 117, 118, 3.
It's good. We just need to avoid coming back to 107.5.
Exactly. Because I think 107 leads a cascade to 106. The 106 is very juicy right now, unless we make this curve.
UK and US both did their jobs last night. Remember when we were talking about our Asian session? We drew out 50% of that Asian session. We said UK had to hold to remain bullish, right? UK held, US held, and now we're above the Asian session high.
Yep.
So that's good. That's good progress. Well, I think that's what we're already starting to see, Crypto Mac. And we saw whales take advantage of that drop in August and sort of exacerbate the problem. And then we had the big goofy whale yesterday, sell off 26,000 Bitcoin on market.
Yeah.
On a Sunday in the summer, in a low volume. I mean, like he was either the dumbest or the smartest person alive, because the amount of slippage that he cost himself on that. Half of his order got filled.
With that
yeah, half
something?
of his order got filled at 115, right? The last half of his order didn't get filled until 110. That's how much slippage he got.
Mercy.
Because he ate the entire book. He literally just filled every order on the book from top to bottom.
He didn't do the selling off in tranches.
No. So the only thing that makes me think is either he is inexperienced or he's very experienced and he had 100x short that right before he dropped that.
Probably.
Yeah, I would assume. I'd have to assume. I hate to think that you come into that much money with that little bit of like knowledge, you know what I mean? Like he had a ton of Bitcoin, so he still has more too. But that was a rotational play into Ethereum. That's all that was. It's just done very sloppily. Kind of reminded me of
that one dude.
Or Germany, right? Germany sold off 50,000 Bitcoin on market. This one dude sold half as much as Germany sold, put it that way.
That's amazing.
In one go, where Germany sold 50,000 over like a week's period of time.
Yeah, I remember that. Germany's facing some economic headwinds now too.
Yeah, they would have been up like 4 billion off of that. It's possible that it could have been a country, but I don't think so. This dude is doxxed and everything. The UAE just came out and said they've got about 70K.
So they're the second largest holders of Bitcoin nation, the second largest nation now in holding Bitcoin.
And that's just one. I believe there's a couple of different Middle Eastern countries that just haven't announced yet. Like, I still think that Mr. 200 that was buying 200 Bitcoin every day for how long? I still think that was Qatar.
Oh, yeah, possibly.
It has to be a nation state, man. There's no way that was just a guy. Way too much money. Dominance is rejecting off of high 50s. We like that.
How's ETH moving compared to Bitcoin right now?
It's moving up at least. Very similar to Bitcoin. Low W, consolidate. Already taken all of its vectors here, which is good.
Bottom.
The B, man, that's that macro support that we were looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so. I mean, how is ETH looking in terms of, you know, the chart where it shows red months, green months? ETH must be had a load of red months, right? Like we keep going, right?
Yeah, let me see if it lets me flip this. Let me flip this to ETH.
XLM has nice volume.
This lets me flip it to ETH, but the top doesn't.
Yeah, I think you can, at the top left of the box, there should be a little thing that you can flip it. See the way it says BTC there underneath Bitcoin monthly return percentage.
Ah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
Wow. Ever since we flipped. Yeah. Nice, very nice.
I mean, we could keep seeing green, right?
Or... Well, I mean, let's go back and look, right? We had a 53%, 25%, 2020, followed by a red September, and then 2 green months, right? Same thing in 2021. We haven't had a green August that had a green September.
God, we do not like that in terms of.
But like you said, we also haven't had this, right? We're coming off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red months.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know, this was the biggest streak right here. This bear market was the biggest streak of red months that we had.
And they're pretty big red months as well. We had this year. Look at that, 32%, 17%.
February is supposed to be one of the most bullish months for Ethereum, right? The average is 11%. Yeah. We got a negative 31%. Like, that is crazy. Same here. Average is plus 18% and negative 18%. So severely underperforming the seasonality. But we know why that is, right? That was just hardcore suppression. Right? Literally just holding price down.
I mean, I think it's been said a few times in here that, like, if we see another big move down on ETH, I think, Jesus, I don't know how much these some of these alts can hold anymore. Like, I'm talking about a few of the lower cap ones. Not, I wouldn't even specifically say top 50, but anything below that, it's just gonna get crushed insanely hard. So
that's why I was so picky, bro. That's why I was so that's why I hesitated so much to get into the lower alts. You know, I've been running top 50s for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm not in a few low alts right now, and I'm not particularly too worried. Like, you know, I'll hold it through the blood because, you know, whatever. Like, I'd rather be in right now than out, just in case ETH does, you know, move and we see a bit of a switch. But yeah, I mean, we'll see.
What's up, fellas? How's everyone doing?
What's going on?
Landed in sent something. Waiting for my overlay, but I'm looking at mod on the 1 minute, and it's making like a barcode formation. I've never seen that.
Mog,
it almost looks like it's Yeah, it looks like there's a huge. I'm assuming it's a huge sell wall and a huge buy wall close to each other. I'm looking at the 1 minute and the 5 minute. It's kind of bananas.
Maybe it's the exchange you're on. Looks good on the 5 minute on MEXC. Sort of doing everything. The little wonky W that had a lower low, some consolidation, and then a move up to clear vectors.
Yeah, bro. Mine is like legitimately. It looks like a barcode. Just red and green. It has a flat top and a flat bottom, and it's been going. I don't know, like 20, 25 candles.
What
Maybe.
exchange are you on?
Maybe big units.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, mine too. It looks like a stair set with like just flat tops.
Yeah, go to the MEXC chart. Even Bybit chart looks good.
All right, good. That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah, there's
Because
just
I never seen it before.
yeah, it's just low liquidity there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that's low liquidity, right, that you're seeing. And it also probably takes a lot of time in between bars and changes. That's why you don't see the movement like a typical line, because the buys and sells are getting filled at a slower rate.
Mog looks good. I bought the dip on Mog. Mog took a big dip, and I picked up a little bit yesterday. Yeah, Crow.
You
We were
keep
looking
going.
at it
Go up.
earlier. Crow is crazy.
Oh, Crow.
Dominance is dropping down, so let's do it.
I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I posted a picture in the bubble chat. It looks crazy. It's like 50 candles just straight mode from the bottom, mode from the top. But yeah, it's probably liquidity then. Okay, that makes sense.
Huge respect for you, Master D and Queen BJ. Dog emoji, speedy emoji, ox
All right, everybody, well,
emoji,
trade safe. I'll
speedy
catch you guys
emoji,
later.
red heart
Easy.
emoji, person golfing emoji.
Layton, look at what we were looking at with Crow. Was it Crow? Right? Spooky. Yeah, I know. I hear you. I hear you.
You got much liquidations up there?
A little something. Got some active buy walls here trying to stop the party though. Sell walls, I should say. 389 Bitcoin at 111.2. 430 Bitcoin at 111.3. It was about 800 Bitcoin at 111.25 ish, basically. Which is right here. Right at it. Right at the 200 EMA.
Is that a newer order, or did that order was the thing from a couple days ago? It's just been dragging through, or was it a missed order and it was falling?
No, it's brand new. It's just put
Yep,
in
I
right
see.
now to stop price.
Yep.
Somebody defending a short, maybe. The stopping volume candle bubble down here is just in case of a sweep. Not a target, it's just a heads up. Don't forget to hit that like button on the way in, guys. Get this YouTube stream out to more people. One up. What's going on, brother? I'm taking profits around our bull market all-time highs on Doge. I'll be peeling a little bit off of the table going into 50s, and then I'm leaving runners into 80s and 90s. I will be out before $1. I don't care how close we get to that dollar. I'm not playing that Doge to $1 game, personally. That's just me.
Do you think anybody is actually waiting to break even from SNL?
That's why I'm taking profits at all-time high, or at our local all-time high, right at that 50. So many people got left holding that bag. And I already know. I don't even gotta. They can tell me they're Doge army till they're blue in the face, but I already know what's gonna happen when we get back up there. Maybe there'll be a good dip to buy from that, but I'm not taking any chances.
I sell for a lot. Like, I trade. I just know myself. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but at least back then too. Like, I was even worse than I am now. But I probably would have been like, oh, this is. I mean, I did that with my Cardano trade. I sold that for seaweed, and I got, I guess, lucky with that one. But
All about timing when it comes to those cycle trades, right? Like, you just got to put them up against each other, right? On the pairs, chart will tell you.
my seaweed divided by ETH chart has almost hit my support. It's very close.
Maybe a 3-day up.
We didn't have a healthy weekend trap, so we can't play that swing.
Just wishful thinking.
Yeah, I feel you.
You think market makers got a little more control today?
So far, right, we saw the sessions go through kind of cool. Asia had a nice tight session. UK held Asia's 50. US pulled away. So as of right now, yeah, the waters aren't completely clear. I feel like we would have already grabbed these vectors by now if market maker had 1000% full reign, you know. But we'll see.
When would you say that we are in the clear? After the vector gap or after
yeah, once we reclaim these vectors, in my opinion, if we make a nice strong move here to reclaim these vectors, I would say that that we're looking good. I'm still not. I know we got target 1, target 2. My target is the end of this CME gap. So these are just intern targets. we're coming up to that big sell wall too.
You end up picking up any link?
Yeah, I sprinkled a little bit. I gave it some of its profits back. Like tapped into my DCA range just barely. Like just barely, like 2 wicks, you know? But I didn't get as much. You know, I was going to DCA all the way down through. So we'll see. We'll see how we react to the bottom of this range now. I'm still lower than I sold, right? So it doesn't, not that big a deal if I have to buy back in a little higher. Yeah, I'm super bullish on Link. Solana's about to have its time in the sun here too. That sucks though. I ain't with my emotions like that. Soul is getting ready, bro. And we talked about ETH being a hated rally. That's what Soul's gonna feel like. Talk about micromanaging.
I find it hard to trade Solana. I feel like it scams low time frame a lot.
You can tell, it's funny. You can look at my chart, right? And you can tell at what point in this chart Solana actually went bullish against Ethereum. It's like there's no type of TA, no type of TA, and then all of a sudden there's just mad activity. Like when I started paying attention to it, basically. My old soul chart is funny though. Let me show you my old soul chart. I think I have it here somewhere. We had soul mapped out early. This is my original soul chart from the beginning of the year.
It's crazy that it's been ranging for so long.
Not bad, man. We were in our FUD zone down here. Right? Our buy zone was just coming after that FUD zone. We had the Solana conference, Vector, and then we were in the money. And then we got to our get the fuck out zone. A little bit of reaccumulation. Going again.
Generational play.
Such a pretty chart. This is what I'm looking for Sui to do. I will be going absolutely nuts on Sui when it gets down into these ranges at the bottom of the next bear.
Damn.
How much was the retracement? Get out zone. %, 50% retracement. Gift, bro. It's like half off. Discount.
Yeah, what's the percentage on the one after that though? Yeah, from the 300 all the way down to the 100.
Yeah.
60 something percent.
Let's see. That's probably the biggest hit it took the whole time.
Yeah, that sucker right there.
67% drop.
More than 2/3 of the value.
If this had happened a little bit later, you couldn't convince me that this wasn't the top for Sol. If like we had just done that now, you know what I mean? Like if we were down here right now, I'd be like, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Crazy work.
All right. We're at those big sell walls. Come on, Bears. Somebody's got to want 800 Bitcoin, right? Oh, yeah, I'm guessing they already took a nice chunk out of that. Let's see. big attempt to try to drop price here. Unsuccessful so far. Yeah, there's only about 377 Bitcoin left.
But what about the buy orders that are down, like at 108 something? Will they get filled like they did last days, or
They'll either get filled or they'll have to move. That big order at 108 is gone. The big one, we have 317, 325. Yeah, that $500 one that was right, or that 500 Bitcoin one. There's a grid, right? They're trying to catch price here.
yeah, exactly.
The problem is that these
It's
guys,
what
what
happened last
we
time.
don't know for sure is if they're forced to move their positions higher, you know? We'll see.
Right now, you're more inclined to see the price going up, right? Or
Short
you
time
still see it
frame, yeah.
coming back down?
Yeah, short time frame. I think that we come clear some of this mess out. Grab these vectors.
But you're still looking for that sweep down, or you think we've put in the
Until we can prove that we can get above these vectors and clear our value area high, we're ranging. Right? The trend is our friend, and the trend right now is that we're ranging inside of this value area. And we cannot get above this range, then we'll seek out point of control. That doesn't hold, then we'll go back to the bottom of the range. Let me reset our value area. Hold on. Probably still the same because it adjusts itself, but lags sometimes. Yeah. So that's our value area high, which is the top of our vector. Our point of control is all the way down here. Right, so rejection off of value area high will cause price to seek out the point of control at 1096.
How do you calculate point of control, or what does that mean?
The point of control is just the highest area of transactions within the visible range. Right, so when you pull up your visible range, it tells you that the most Bitcoin in this area was transacted between those two blue lines. That's the high of your value area, that's the low of your value area. So this is fair value, right? This is what most market participants have decided is the fair value for Bitcoin at this point, between 112 and 1093. Once we move out of that range, right, that's when we get our expansion. This is area of high liquidity. It means anybody that wants to buy and sell Bitcoin in this range has the possibility of getting filled. For them to move out of the value area, buyers have to settle for higher prices, right? Meaning there's nobody left in this range that wants to sell for 116, 112. So they have to buy for 112.8, 113.2, 114, you know. Then you go look for your new value area. The space between your value areas is your fair value gap. Right, it's all like complicated terminology. It really is not that complicated at all.
And how do you draw? Do you draw those two lines based on the range, or
you just wanna lasso the price action that you're interested in, right? So if I want to see what our value area is here, right, what we've established, you take it from, let's say I want to grab all of these candles, this whole section here. So you drop it from underneath, right? Because you want the bottom. And then you bring it up to where you want it. Right? And that'll give you that whole area itself. If you want to see what the value area is just in general, then you can turn on your VPVR. And this is your visible range, right? So this is going to do the same thing for whatever candles you can see on the chart at the time. Right? So as you go bringing more information on the chart, it'll go changing. As you bring less information, then it'll adjust to that. Right? It's just showing you the value area of the candles that you can see. But if you want to be more sort of, you know, precise, then you can pick whatever candles you want to look at specifically.
And how do you get that indicator? Is it?
It's a tool. It's not an indicator. It's right in your toolbox.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fixed volume range profile, or a fixed range volume profile. You guys just came in from the casino together or something?
Nah, man, I just came in from struggling, breaking my back over here. What's up, man? Trying to tell my girl, like, yo, you got too much stuff, man. Just sell half of it. Like, all this gear, you probably get some nice money for why are you trying to move all this junk? Like, yo, get rid of it.
I got too much stuff to say shit like that, bro.
For real?
Yeah, if I was to say some shit like that, it'd be like, my stuff? Shit, let's talk about your stuff. Like, all right, chill.
Yeah, it's just, I think she's overboard though with her stuff. She just got like 20 closets just piled up with
gear. Stuff. Yeah. You know, it's the little things in life.
More like 3 closets, but you know, I'm exaggerating. But yeah, man, these Ethereum ETFs, they've been getting some nice inflows these last few days. They've been flipping the script on Bitcoin. Even though the price doesn't reflect it too much, but these last 2-3 days, the ETF inflows were ridiculous.
Some of that BlackRock money.
BlackRock, Fidelity, Grayscale.
Van Eck.
Yeah, Van Eck's the big one. So there's already like 80 corporations, big corporations that have Ethereum in their books right now.
About to hit our first target, one of our small little micro W here. We can take it off the chart once we hit the target. To clean up chart a little bit. Yeah, BitUnex has had some liquidity issues. Drizzle, careful over there. Especially if you're playing with size.
You gotta take a lesson from the dude that tried to sell all his Bitcoin in one. Got about a lot of slippage.
Yeah.
I always think sometimes is there, you know, a strategic way, and that people are smart enough to do, you know, like have a short somewhere where there's not that much liquidity, create that slippage, but have this short twice the size, you know, after
He
your
did
leverage,
it.
of course.
He did it yesterday. Dude sold 26,000 Bitcoin, half of what Germany sold. 26,000 Bitcoin, I mean on Sunday, on market, at support, above a big volume gap on the weekend, in the summer. there's no way in hell, in my opinion, that he didn't take out a short.
That's what I'm saying.
His
Like,
first sell was at
let's find his ass.
115. Hold on.
Yo, let's find his ass.
His first sell was at 115. His last Bitcoin sold off at 109.
His wallet's from
That's
2018.
that's the slippage that he got on it. Crazy, like $6,000 slippage, more than that.
And that wallet was dormant since 2018 also.
Yeah.
A lot of old wallets just popping up.
I'll be right back.
That's good though. That's healthy though, man. We'd want that. Just like even in these degen meme coin low caps, you want these whales out and the new money in, and you want that transfer, and that redistribution. I'll be right back.
On 4,600.
Hey, Drew, check your inbox when you get a second.
What up? Still grinding away here. Waiting for family to show up. Just waiting to hit target 1 so we can get rid of that W. That shit is annoying me. I hate being so close to targets. I just want to take it off the screen already. Hey, program scarcity. If anybody listened to you over the last year, they would have got absolutely wrecked, fam. So keep the advice to a minimum. But please ignore when they say take profits in this channel. Okay. Luck with that. Oh, my bad. Yeah, dominance isn't on the screen. Whoops. I got you, bro. Well, let me see if I can catch it. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, something's got to give, Neve. I'm all for a free market, but we got to have some sort of guide rails, bro. There's got to be some shit that's just not okay for them to do, you know?
And when you have a problem, there's nobody even to talk to.
Nah, it sucks, bro. The best you can hope for is some shitty emails with some half-ass excuse.
I never got any replies back to mine.
Yeah, that's even worse.
The Treasury sure is minting a lot of USDC lately.
Well, doing their job to support dominance of our dollar. It's crazy when you think about it now that every time you buy stables, you're actually buying bonds.
And they're transferring it to Coinbase.
Yeah, they've got a profit share agreement with Coinbase. 50% of Circle's profits go to Coinbase.
And that's crazy.
Yeah. USDC, Circle, Coinbase. It's all like that Spider-Man meme when he's pointing at himself. These Spider-Men just pointing at themselves.
Y'all get any break from that heat down there?
Nope. It's nasty, bro.
We
Nasty,
got a little
nasty
bit up
work.
here. The highs are in the almost in the 80s today.
Bow, 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 bow. All right, target one hit. Let's cook, baby. All right, let's get rid of this little baby pattern now that we've hit. Don't worry about the big dog. Slowly shrinking that vector. Where's my phone at? Be right back. We haven't retested the break of that W yet. That's what I'm looking for here. Bink, bink. All right, I'm back. Everybody's scared right now, Ricky. Yeah, but you got to use that as a signal, man. Got to use these emotions as counter signals. While they're crying, I'm buying. The trick is, in my opinion, not to ape in, right? There's nothing wrong with picking small chunks out of good prices. What did we get on Fear and Greed? It is not easy to shake the market right now, man. Crazy. We just barely touched down into fear. Actually, it's arguable. That's a 47. Fear doesn't start until 46. But anywhere in this zone is cool. Been waiting for it. Nah, not with my entire bag, it won't, Davey. But I will leave a runner. My initial will be out at about 50, 52 cents, 50, 51, 52 cents. After that, it's a free trade for me. So I'm not going to take any less than that. Right? Like I'll move my stops up to 50, but I'm letting the rest ride. Doge got a habit of surprising people at the last second, you know? But worst case scenario, if we don't get it, I'm happy with what I picked up and just grabbing that at 50. After compounding those profits from the last time we took profit at 50. One thing I know for sure, if it does go up to 80, it's not going without me. Not after all this time. Yeah. I'm really shooting at the local top for the majority of it. Right? So we've had our drops. This is the spooky drop that we're worried about. Right? Hasn't played out yet, so we're cool. This inverse head and shoulders, even though it's starting to look kind of ugly, is technically still valid. But if we come down any lower, that's it. It's a wrap for that. Doesn't really matter though. We can get rid of the inverse head and shoulders, and we can just look at our higher low fractal here. Right. That's what we're trying to will Doge into building right now. Little sketchy. About to invalidate it, right? But if it holds there, we're good. target 1 is right underneath 31 cents. My target 2 is 39. And those are all of our valid measured moves so far. After that, we'll have to build new structure. First and foremost, though, let's invalidate this fallen wedge. I mean this symmetrical. Where we can get that measured move out of there. But yeah, as far as tops go, $2,618 probably be as far as I'd be willing to push the main bag, and then I'm moving stops up. After that, 3,618 is at 70, and then we go into all-time highs. Let me drop our ATH here. Okay, so our ATH is right around 3,618. I'll tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you guys from right now. If we don't pass our all-time high, I'm not trading Doge next season. You guys know how I feel about these, what I call the death spiral. Right? Death spiral usually starts after the first big blow off sort of move that a coin has, right? You see this sort of thing on memes all the time, right? Just think of your favorite meme that's only been alive for like 4 days, right? Chances are it looks like this. Big move, pops down, consolidates. Then you have your wave 2. Your wave 2 has to go higher than your wave 3. I mean, your wave 2 has to go higher than your wave 1, or your wave 3 will be lower, and then lower, and then lower, and then eventually it's just a death spiral, right? Coin just dies out. So to avoid that, what we want to see is a wave 2 that goes higher than our old all-time highs. If not, I wish Doge the best, but I will not be invested for the next round. Personally. A lot of them are going to have to prove it, Danny. Yeah. A lot of them are going to have to prove it. A good example, I think, of a death spiral is SHIB. Right? Unless something crazy happens here. Right? This is what we're talking about. So let's imagine that this was, let's imagine that the market is over, right? That we're already in a bear market. This is what a death spiral would look like. Right? Your first record-breaking all-time high run, small consolidation, a wave 2 that doesn't pass, and then a wave 3, 4, 5. That's what that looks like. Now, obviously, we still have the opportunity, and I put this in like air quotes, opportunity to make our second wave higher than our third. But I do not see that happening for SHIB, guys. I gotta be completely honest with you. That would be the craziest late cycle run that we've ever seen. Right? You're talking, you need a 7x from SHIB just to break that all-time high. I mean, not that 7x is crazy, it's just I feel like a 7x on SHIB is crazy. Personally.
What's going on, Dbloc?
Yo.
Yeah. request. Would you be able to do some TA on NPC, please, when you have the time?
Yeah, I'll take a look right now. Somebody asked about R weave, right? So R weave is sort of the same. Let's assume that this is as high as it gets. I don't think so. I think we take out these highs. But then, yeah, you would be worried about your third wave being smaller and smaller and smaller. But I think R weave can, let me see some. Sucks that it's all the way at bear market lows right now. Like, this thing is crazy. Yeah. It's possible, but it's going to have a blowout year. Right? No, I'm saying that Shib would have to pull a 7x to not be dead during the next cycle. For me. I don't think that's possible, no. I would be really surprised if Shib even gets a 4x from here. 5x. Like, really surprised. Non-playable coin, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one.
Decent structure. No real vectors above to speak of. Let me see on the weekly. Yeah, that top one. I don't think this has a problem breaking its all-time highs. Why? I mean, it's why we like new cycle coins, right? Because their all-time high is close, and then there's nothing above, right? It's just air and opportunity.
Yeah.
Your risk would be breaking down underneath your breakout and taking out 009. You're quite a bit away from there. More than likely, probably just gonna hold off the 50 here. Take this vector out, hold support, climb another level. I'm just looking at the chart. I know nothing about this project, so make sure you do your due diligence in case there's anything coming up that I don't know about. Yeah, that looks decent though. Looks decent.
Yeah, that's good news. It's good news. It's
Yeah. You know where you have to worry about. Just watch that 50 EMA on the weekly, basically. You can come all the way down to that 50 EMA on the weekly with no problem. That's like right at 2 flat. If that breaks, then you're starting to show some weakness on the macro. Yeah, looks decent though. That's your 200 on the daily, basically. So you're 50 on the weekly or you're 200 on the daily.
Okay. Weekly, 100 on daily. And weakness is sub 2 flat. Okay.
Yeah. Come on, baby, climb.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
No problem, brother.
Oh shit, we're at movement.
Climb, baby, climb.
So do you think we might clear this vector and go back down, or we still looking at CME as just
I'm shooting at CME.
Yeah, I know you did say that's your favorite play.
Yeah, so we're gonna watch this downtrend. If we are going to reject and continue down, it'll probably be off of this downtrend.
Mm.
If we can get above this downtrend, then the dip might be over.
I saw a cool pattern play out on Bitcoin yesterday, and I think this is right, but a regular head and shoulders leads to like a bearish trend. Is that right?
Yeah, head and shoulders is a reversal pattern.
All right. Well, when Bitcoin dropped down, that last drop down, it put in like a head and shoulders right at the bottom, and then went into the right side of that W and came out. And I kind of watched it play out. It was pretty cool watching it play.
Yeah.
Or left side of the W. I don't know if I said that or not. Right at the very bottom down there.
Yeah, when you get head and shoulders at the bottom of moves, you got to be careful because they'll do that shit to fake you out sometimes. Because a head and shoulders looks like a head and shoulders right before it turns into a W on you. At the bottom, you know what I mean? Like,
very much.
Is there like a measured move on a head and shoulder?
Head and shoulders measured move, you want to take the top of the head down to the neckline. And then you want to place that at the point where price breaks, right? At the basically at the neckline.
And finally, Dbloc, how are you today? What's happening?
Good, man. Good. I got a lot of rest. I got some family coming over.
Nice.
Cousin's having a baby and shit, so the family's coming in.
Nice, nice. Congrats are in order, of course.
You know the due date?
As long as I don't gotta feed it. Today.
Oh wow, awesome.
Today.
Well, I went to the cinema and didn't even look at the charts, which is something I'm actually proud of. This is something I never used to do until this year. And this year I was taking peeks at my phone all the time when I was watching something in the cinema. It's a big sin.
I've got one question, then I'll tell you whether I'm proud of you or not. Did you stay awake for the entire movie?
I did.
Oh,
yeah. I watched 2 back to back.
My problem is if I don't look at my phone, I'm falling asleep, bro. I swear to God. The second that I take my brain off of like, okay, I'm not going to concentrate on the charts. Let me just sit and relax. I go right to sleep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Nah, I had a couple green teas. You know, that kept me sharp. Because I was nodding a little bit, and I was like, shit, all right, let me get something.
I think what happens is that we get so used to being under such a heavy, like, cognitive load every day that the second that you give your brain a break, it's like, okay, well, you must want to go to sleep. Like,
100%.
You know?
It's crazy, man.
Nah, Sean, it's not me. It's my cousin. So I guess what? That's my second cousin about to be born.
Oh yeah, that would be second cousin, wouldn't it? I was thinking nephew or something. I was like, no, that's your brother or sister's child. Be nephew or niece.
I don't know. I was never good at that. First cousin, second cousin, brother, step brother. You're just a cousin, bro. You're just a cousin and a sibling. You know what I mean?
100%. Like I got nephews and nieces, and then if they're like they're too close in age. Like if I say to someone like that's my nephew, and they're like, Bro, they're the same. They look like they're about the same age as you. So I just say cousin, man. I can't be bothered. Like, because otherwise I'll say nephew and they'll be like, well, how old are you? And then how old is he? You know what I mean?
My homeboy's uncle is 8.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, this is my uncle. I'm like, what?
You gotta take a trade the minute he's born and give him his first win the minute he's born. For him.
Adrian said he was an uncle at 9.
It's a big responsibility for 9 years old.
I wish. That'd be funny as hell. I'd be giving everybody life advice. You better respect me. I'm your uncle.
They'll be like, oh my God, look at this kid.
They African spirituality, there's a name for it, where sometimes kids just say some wild shit and you're like, where did that come from? You know what I mean? Like, where'd you get that? So they believe that your ancestors are basically, their spirit is reincarnated in the firstborn of the same sex in the family.
Oh wow.
So if your dad died and you have a son, then that's so there's, I can't remember the word for it, but there's a word for it where you give space for that. Like when the child says something that sounds like it didn't come from a child's mind, you respect it as if it was your ancestor speaking through the child, sort of thing.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You do got those precocious kids, right? Who are just like, they got the...
Some kids have been here before, bro. Some kids are just, some of the shit they say. You just got to keep them off of social media because all of that shit will just get buried and then you don't know what is what, you know?
Yep. But that new generation, man, what can you do? Like, they're going to have to interact. Well, not have to, but they will usually interact with some form of social media. But they're going to, I don't know, I guess they just have to evolve with it, right? The same way we kind of had the internet, right? When we first, we're like Gen 1 internet users. My parents wasn't using that.
I think we're the first generation that came into the internet with prior knowledge. Knowledge that was sort of gathered outside of the internet. Every generation after us, that's where they accumulated their knowledge, was on the internet. So that probably makes a bit of a difference. Like, we have a bit of a filter for bullshit, and you're like, wait a minute, it's not what I was taught. But 100%. Then again, a lot of it was wrong anyways, right? So
true. We went off of like both book learning and consensus, right? Like
smartest person in the room. Yeah. You just turn to the smartest person in the room, and if they agreed, then I guess that's what it is.
Yep. But now they've got the AI generation, so they got their own methods. I mean, for some, it's going to be a case of, okay, because some AI models are shitty, right? They're going to give you stuff that's actually not so reliable. And others, then you'll have the others who probably know how to either train or, sort of put the screws on an AI to actually give it a proper answer, right? They know how to actually wield the thing.
Yeah. The amount of times I've had somebody counter something I said with some AI spit out, some shit that AI spit out that's like obviously wrong, but they're trusting it so hard. They're like, well, you're wrong because this, and that. Then you start asking, and you're like, well, Grok said, and you're like, okay, I'm done.
AI hallucinates so much more than people think.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, so do people.
Yeah, they do.
People are just going to tell you. You ask 10 people the same question, they're just gonna spit out just whatever they feel like spitting out. But yeah, the difference is that we don't just ride with that as fact, right? We understand that humans are flawed and humans lie or humans misunderstand.
Yep.
That's funny, Sin. Sin said his first car had a booklet telling us how to do things like the timing, change the fan belt, spark plugs. Today the booklet tells us not to drink the battery acid. That's hilarious.
What's going on, Nikon? Yeah.
Yeah, man. I just got home from work. Finish up some work.
Nice. Yeah, I mean that's all the manual needs to tell you nowadays, man. And like, you'll go and find yourself a YouTube video, and it'll probably tell you all of that, right?
Yeah. Nothing comes with an instruction manual anymore. It's like a QR code.
Yep.
Like if you really care, here, just scan this or check this webpage. Yeah, I remember my first car. I read that manual front to back.
Let's go, Bitcoin. Even though you're gonna get flipped.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Hey, I am sending you a message real quick.
All right.
I just sent it to you. I'm not sure if you can do anything about this either, but just read it real quick. On yeah, just Nikon just sent you it. I knew something felt off, and it finally went through in my account. I was checking on this for several days.
All right, you're cool. Yeah, I'll check in. Give me a second. Let me see if I can tell what happened on the.
I was like, what?
I should be able to just hit. I should be able to just hit reimburse.
Yeah.
And that's your name on the thing too, Nikon. Yep, I see it right here. All right, let me do this. All right, you should be good. It says payment's been scheduled to refund.
10-4. Yeah, probably take maybe like a day or a couple of days.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know here whenever I get confirmation on it. Whenever it
Yeah, let me know because I've never had to do it before. I want to know how it works in case somebody else has the same.
Definitely.
Damn, let me scroll through the list and see if anybody else is doubled up like. Because it was one right after the other too. It was like within 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Yeah, we should be good. Yep. It's going to take some business days, but at least I'm getting notified. So yeah, I'll let you know when it's finalized. Whenever later this week.
Yo, we pushing.
Let's go, baby. Target 2, 13-2.
Yeah, I was thinking when you guys were talking about everything with instructions, I was just like, man, thinking like even like dating now got instructions. You go to any girl's or guy's profile, like, they show everything they like. Because before
I'm not gonna lie, that's good. I mean, that's one thing we didn't have before. It was you were literally flying blind.
Yo, like I mean, my girlfriend, we met on Facebook, and first date I already knew everything she liked, so I knew what not to get, what not to talk about. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would be crazy. Like, I know OkCupid does that. It's like an extensive quiz like that you can do, and then you can just go based on, you can watch their answers and stuff. But to me, I stopped doing certain questions because I was like, all right, I need to save some of it for like the date, right? And
Yeah,
actually,
No
like,
questions.
some
You
of
have to
that
do no
shit,
questions.
some of that shit you have to find out, bro.
yeah,
I think like that's the fun of dating is finding out all that sort of weird shit sometimes.
100%.
Ain't nothing mysterious about your ass.
Yeah, and like if you know everything already and you get there, you're like, all right, well,
I want to get jump scared around the corner or something, man. I don't want to know everything. Yeah, man. Straight robots out here.
Yeah.
And then just
You
think
never
of
know.
all the people who wouldn't like my girl's crazy, but I fell in love with her before I figured it out. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like imagine if you had premeditated knowledge, like you might not take certain risks.
Yeah, true.
You know?
There's things on paper you would say are hard nose, and then like in person, like it's I mean,
still
like
have
you
fun, dog. I'll still have fun.
no, but you would sometimes as well. It's like you could work them out. Do you know what I mean? But if on paper there's no working them out, right? You would just look at it and say, nah. But then in person, like, nah, and then like you talk it out, and then you're like, okay, all right, maybe I can come to this kind of compromise or that kind of compromise. You know what I mean?
Listen,
It's
life is
much
about
more
finding people who screwed up shit compliments your screwed up shit.
100%.
And that's it, bro. Nobody's perfect. But some people's messed up shit just don't mix good. It's gonna make things worse. You know what I mean? So you gotta like chill.
Sometimes you can't be too similar, man. Like flaws and all, you can't be too similar. I've had that in the past. Where I'm just like, okay, we share very similar flaws, and we're neither of us are willing to work it out. So this is not going to work, right?
Yeah.
So
if I'm lazy and you're lazy, then we better be rich, right?
Yeah.
If not, we're screwed.
100%.
You could alternate the laziness. Be like, all right, you have your lazy week.
I can't
The
shut
next
my
week's
lazy off,
week.
bro. I would, but the way my lazy is built, there's no real off switch to that. All my brain power goes through what I've determined is the most important thing, right? Which is trading, and then everything else just got to get handled somehow.
Yeah.
You know what really works for me, and it's worked for so long, even in the wintertime? Cold showers. Like when I feel like I need to switch gears, and I'm just like, all right, I need to switch gears. Just like a cold shower, man. It's just like, it just switches everything up.
I am not a cold shower fan, but I had one about
I
a couple
hate
of
it.
days ago.
You're not supposed to like it.
Yeah, I hate it.
Your body's supposed to feel like it's going through trauma. Like that's why it works.
Yep.
When I was doing that Wim Hof breathing shit, like that's the one thing I didn't actually end up doing. I only ended up doing the breathing exercise, but not the cold shower.
About to hyperventilate now. You want me to drop myself into some ice? Like listen, bro. I'll take the buzz from the breathing. That's cool. I'll leave the other shit.
Yeah, that might be dangerous.
Listen, I had to for the cold because I had cold bath, right? Because the boiler wasn't working and the guy had like he was gonna I don't know when he was gonna come. I was like, no, I need to bathe, man. So like I'm getting in the cold bath and I'm just like, but then I'm in my mind I'm actually saying out loud like, okay, who cares? Who cares? It's cold. Who cares? Who cares? Like just who cares? Get in it. Just it doesn't matter. Just get in it. And it was like it started to get like less and less like just uncomfortably cold, and I was like, all right, I'm in.
Now imagine cold waters, Bitcoin above 100K and Ethereum above 4K. Can you get in? Oh, I'm all in, baby. Let's go. It's cold up here.
Nice, very good.
Like, do you see any resistance coming up on 1122 area, 1123 area?
Yeah, I mean we've got the end of our vectors, right? So current motivation is to get to that 112 flat, basically 11209, and then we have to get above our downtrend, right? That's where our downtrend from 117 is.
Okay, that's your downtrend. Okay, because I got my downtrend too. Okay,
Yeah, it's right around those ranges.
I couldn't see that little skinny ass line.
Yeah, no, I hate that shit. I gotta make it.
You good
right now,
You good
Vector gap is almost done. Remember, this is that big vector gap we had sitting above us. entire time. So done a good job of clearing that.
I said last night it couldn't been this easy to catch the bottom. Ain't no way it was that easy.
And they make you worry a little bit, you know. They can't all be just amazing fallen knife catches that V-shaped Valhalla, you know. Once in a while, they're gonna make you question yourself.
More often than not, I don't even trust the V's, man.
Uh-uh.
Are you really gonna leave that and not sweep it?
They're fun. It's a great dopamine hit. There's no better dopamine hit than catching a fallen knife into a V-shaped recovery, but that's when you need to start to worry, yeah.
Yeah.
We also come into that value area high at 112 too. So to prove that we're not just ranging here, we need to break above that. And our point of control sucks. Our point of control is all the way down at 109, like the very bottom weighted PLC. Let's pop. Do that. Pop, clear licks, get into that CME gap. I can make some money.
Right now, I've got sushi and udon noodles.
Hey, sound good.
But the sushi, listen, I got an app, yeah, Too Good To Go. Shows you like I mean, it says quote unquote leftover food. It's not actually leftover food. It's just stuff they set aside that you get at a cut price. And I had never been to the sushi place before. Turns out it was in a friggin' London Underground like train station. I was like, what the hell? Like, I walked into the place and I was like, oh, this shop is boiling. Oh, this sushi can't be good. Like, it just can't be.
Yeah.
And then, you know what I mean? But he took it out of a fridge, and I mean, it's trash. I'm not gonna lie to you, but trash sushi is not like unpalatable for me. For me, it's like it's fine. It's just fine. I took a risk. It didn't pay off, and I was actually thinking of going to the good sushi place that wasn't too far away, but I just said this is close by. It's on the map. I don't know if that app actually works for you guys in the States. Let me see if it does Too Good To Go.
What's Too Good to Go? Is that the app?
Yeah, Too Good To Go. Yeah, and then they have like
I think I've ever heard of that.
Yeah. It's like basically you open the app up and it shows your location, and then it shows all these shops that sort of operate with it in that location. But the thing is that it's specific times, so it'll be from like I don't know, 5 to 7:30. Like these guys will be offering food, and then another one will
Yeah,
have it,
but you from there though, Joe. You should know, right? Already.
Yeah, listen, it's for me. It's the cut price. I like the cut price, and I like and I also like just sometimes I'll see a thing that I would normally walk past dozens of times and not bother with, and now at a cut price, I'm like, all right, let me try it. And then if I try it and I like it, the next time I won't even bother with the app. I'll just go and buy it because I actually want to buy it. And that's I think partially like their idea of it. That and they said to fight food wastage.
Damn, I might I might have to look into that. Check that out.
Yeah, I think it's worth trying.
I ain't heard that yet.
I'm not sure if it works in every state, but for you guys, if it does work in America, but I mean, let's see. I'm sure it does.
Let me here while we talking about that, John. Too Good To Go, correct?
Too Good To Go. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Let me check this thing out. See if we can do anything.
No, it's founded in
I
Denmark.
only caught like half of that. I heard leftover food and sushi in the same sentence, and that kind of scared me.
No. No. So okay, so yeah, the app itself, Too Good To Go. It's app to fight food wastage, and it's quote unquote leftover food. But what they actually do is they just set food aside for you if you order it. And the thing is, it's you buy it at a cut price that you normally would.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna throw it out anyways.
Yeah, exactly. So what they'll do is they'll set aside some food for you, and then you come and get it. What if you've ordered it, basically, yeah? But it's only specifically at like certain times, and it will tell you. So like
I
I don't know,
got you.
5 to 7:30. You know what I mean? 7 to 9 or whatever.
Yeah, they should make a
In
dating app like
college, we
that.
used to go to Krispy Kreme at midnight when they threw out the donuts and just get
Go dumpster diving.
boxes, bro. We'd get boxes.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, come on.
They would just be stacked up.
Fresh
Mhm.
nuts, dude. Like it's just like they just popped out, man.
1-2 seconds in the microwave, and shits are brand new.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie.
Genius.
Listen, the last time I ate donuts, right, it was after a wedding, and as I was walking out, they had some donuts there left over. I was like, look, I don't normally eat donuts like that, but if you're gonna throw them away, I'll take them. And they go, yeah, go for it, right? There was a lot of donuts there. I said, all right, you got a bag? They said, all we got is this bin bag, right? This trash bag. I was like, all right, go on. This isn't my proudest moment, but fill it up, man. Let's do it. Like, next morning, I woke up eating donuts out of the bin bag. I was like, oh, this is bad.
Yo, anybody sees me doing this, just walking down the street eating donuts out of a garbage bag.
Oh snap! They got Krispy Kreme on this Jones.
Oh, there we go. Come on.
1 dozen donuts.
That makes sense.
Regular
Krispy Kreme
regular
makes
price is
sense for that type
18,
of shit.
$5.83.
And that comes with some diabetes on top too.
What are they? What are they selling it for?
Of course.
$5.83 for a dozen, 1 dozen.
Oh,
$5.83. Damn, that's
damn.
pretty. And I guess regular price is right at like $18 for a dozen.
Yeah, so there you go. So you're already getting yourself a good deal. It's Oh, and yeah, Dbloc, the sushi was basically I took because there are some normally really good spots on the app, but I took I rolled the dice on one of the spots that I'd never heard of before, and it turns out it was in London Underground train station, like, and it was just like I walked in and the place was just boiling hot, and I was like, yeah, no, this is. I could already tell as soon as you walk into a place, you're like, I can tell this isn't going to be good, like, and the sushi was mid, like it wasn't horrible, it was just mid.
Yeah, they're on like the sweets and pastries things where I'm at. I'm like,
I don't play when it comes to the sushi though. Like I'm already suspect.
Man, I don't trust anyone. I only let my girl cook and family members eat food. I don't even eat out anymore after like doing some dashing and stuff, man. Straight
Jamie,
up, I was
is
like,
this the CYC you're talking about?
That's
I was looking back at the kitchen, man. I was like, yo, these guys are foul back there, doing some foul stuff.
Whole Foods.
Tell me you're shorting this.
Oh, that's bleeding out, boy. Look at that.
Sure, like BTC.
It does look like BTC, yeah. Like
yeah.
Straight dripping that thing out.
They were calling EBTC erectile dysfunction on just kept drooping and drooping and drooping.
I always said it looked like I don't know if you got these overseas, but those Calvin and Hobbes stickers they put in the back of trucks that are like peeing on a Ford or peeing on a Chevy.
So we have, and usually it's peeing on different rival football teams.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
We love that.
That type of thing there. Looks good, man. You want to break some of these levels though. A little worried about how we caught on our first level, but if this breaks, then good. There is a chance that you're catching bottom off the top of this resistance here, though. Right, so you're gonna want to take out some of these lower highs before you're sure. Simple trend line, just to let you know, just to keep you on track with where price is. Pretty sure this is a vector all the way down. Yep. All right. You've reclaimed more than half of that vector. It doesn't mean that they're not going to take the whole thing. Your VPVR looks like shit. There's really nothing holding you up until you get to 6-1. That does decide to drop. When did you enter? You're short. Or are you looking for entry? I'm just assuming you're short. My bad. I didn't even really ask you. I don't think. So let's dig in then. We broke that support. That's where we got the vectors. That's where market maker went after the vector recovery. And now you're attempting to get back over, but it does not look good. This was that support that broke. I want to really bring it back up to support. It will get around there. Right? That's the support that broke. Head and shoulders. About to get back over. But in head and shoulders is already played out. But that doesn't mean that it can't keep dropping here. I have no idea what this coin is, by the way, at all. That's the chart. Yeah, that measured move already played out. Now you're just trying to sit and see if it holds. First indication that the dip is over is getting above your 200. Let's go to a more standard time frame. So you're on the 15-minute, right? The 200 this downtrend, and your 800. If you're long on your targets, your bullish trigger, if you're short, where you really want to worry is getting above this local high. You get above this local high, you're going to come into this volume gap, and anybody that buys anything is going to get pushed through the book damn near to the 800. You're welcome, Jamie.
Dbloc, you thinking about CME, return back to CME to close that? That's probably a minimum.
That's where I'm getting out. That's what my trade was. CME gap. As far as the macro, though, remember we were talking about being careful not to close. Oh, we can go back to this, I guess. So this is that candle that I drew, remember? And I was like, if I could have the perfect next weekly candle, that's what I would want. So basically a candle that bodied over 112, but that wicks all the way down to 109. Right, something that looked like that. So if we look at the weekly, pretty damn close, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you gotta imagine that this is in the middle because for some reason it's, so that's the candle that I drew. And this is the candle we got so far.
Yeah,
All we have to do is close over, right? 5 days, we got to make sure that we close above 112.
Yeah, they were doing some chopping this morning before U.S. Open. There was some volatility looked like that was going on.
And then that's it, man. After that, the bull flag that fails somewhere above 150. unless we super cycle.
See, we need to get up almost to 116 to close green for the month, I believe, right? Just under 116.
On the monthly.
Yeah, if to close out green for the month.
Yeah, to close green, yeah. Close green, you'd have to get 116.2. At this point, I kind of just want it to be. I want it to be red. Just crawl back over. Let's crawl back over the resistance. So here. The other chart. Give me a second. I'll find this shit. It's in here somewhere. How many Bitcoin charts does one man need? There we go. So just staying out of here, right? On the weekly. That's why I drew that. That's why I drew that candle on the other chart. That's why we needed it to look like that, right? As long as the weekly doesn't close underneath 109, we're good. Even better if it bodies back above 112, where all we have is like a wick in that range. If that happens, then we'll have a repeat, right, of basically what happened on the monthly here. Where we had the monthly come down, wick into that range, but not close under, and then close back above the range. So both monthly candles basically will do the same. Actually, it will be a monthly candle, right? Because we're already at the end of the month. It's 5 days. It's the same amount of time. Yeah, so basically that monthly candle, we needed to end up the way this monthly candle looked.
So yeah, all eyes on me on this one for some days.
It's cool if it doesn't. It's stronger if it does, but we don't want any weekly candles underneath this line.
Yeah.
I don't know if it shows, but I love this shit.
It definitely shows. I'm telling you.
You know how you hear some like nerd, like mathematicians talk about, well, you know, I like numbers because at least numbers make sense in a world that doesn't make sense. You know, like that type of shit. Like that's how I feel about charting, bro.
Well, you can see the matrix, man.
Let's see what time is 6:36. A daily.
Yeah, Marco, of course, it'd be way stronger if it closed green, but we're talking bare minimum at this point, right? Like, what's the minimum that we need to see? But yeah, God candle to 130, that works too. Shit. Do that.
Not a Greg Louganis.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Zeusy.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Hey. Welcome back.
It's funny, whenever you get on, we get baguette emojis in the chat. On YouTube.
Hey, that'd be something they run this daily and golf. This pink vector, daily vector. 113. Probably at 114 or
Oh,
1134.
now we got a mix: baguettes, croissants, a little wedge of cheese, and some wine. You got Zusi all figured out.
You never eat as good as in your own country. Like, it's hard to beat France.
French fries. Sweet.
The bread is really good here. That's
It's all carbs, bro. Yeah, it's like all carbs. Like for somebody on a caveman diet, you know, on a meat only high protein diet, it's just a bunch of shit I can't eat. You see, a bunch of shit I want. Nah, France got to be a cheat holiday though. Like you can't go to France and be like watching what you eat and shit.
Nope.
I don't think meat is that good in France. But personally, I don't eat meat, so I mean, not a lot. I don't know much about meat, but
So can someone
yeah,
explain to me then why they tell us to not eat carbs so we don't get fat, and you have a whole country of people who eat nothing but carbs and aren't obese?
And they drink a lot of wine.
Somebody want to spell this one out for me because I feel like I've been bamboozled.
I think it's probably sugar, right? Because they add sugar to everything in the States, and here they also do it, but not as much. And there's less, yeah. There's just less sugar.
Our bread here is basically cake.
Yeah, you
Oh
guys.
yeah, no, cake is not bread. That's like cake.
Yeah.
Wonder Bread's like enriched or something like that.
Well, they said
think
that the McDonald's buns in Europe, in McDonald's, the bun is classified as a dessert.
Yep, that's right.
Because of the amount of
And also
sugar that it has in it.
And your fries have got like 20 ingredients in them, and ours has got like 3 or something like that.
McDonald's isn't that bad for your health in Europe, I think. No, is it? I don't know.
Probably it's
Not that
probably
bad.
not,
You
because
guys.
it's probably
There's worse
closer to
than
a real
McDonald's.
burger than anything else than here, anyways.
But you guys in France, you guys like your burgers rare, and that shit is jarring for us, at least in UK. Yeah.
Nah,
Whenever I
As
see
long
that,
as you don't eat
if I
every
got a
day there,
bloody,
it's fine.
if I got a bloody burger from McDonald's, I'd have some worries,
yeah.
concerns.
But the first thing I did was I just like I bit into it, and I was like, "What the hell is this?"
I think there was something with salt. They accused McDonald's of putting too much salt in their French fries or something like that.
That would make sense.
It is like drugs,
think
bro.
they
They
So
sprinkle.
now they don't put salt anymore, or
No, they just sprinkle
like
a
you have to
little
add it
crack in it.
yourself.
And like salt fries.
Aren't they
They find
using beef
plastic.
tallow or something? Do you guys in America now?
Because it's bad for the heart, right? If you eat too
I don't know,
salty.
Joe. I've heard of all kind of stuff, man.
I don't know. Yeah, listen, France, the good breads, good croissants. Like you say, it has to be a cheat holiday, man. All butter croissant, like you're not going to be losing weight with that if you
cheese.
Yeah, they got some good. Me personally, I think the Swiss have got better cheese. Sorry, Zusi, they got better cheese than the French. But a lot of people love French cheese, man. France is definitely known for its cheese, but certain cheeses, as a Brit, I can't do it, man. Like Conti and that smells like feet, man. But I hear it, like people. There's a lot of French cheeses that I love, but there are some that are just too strong for me, just way too strong for me.
Oh yeah, same for me. Like yeah, there are some. Yeah.
You have to eat more. And you
Well,
will
I've
love
just
it.
built a tolerance. Listen, you give me Gruyere from Switzerland. I think that's probably one of the best cheeses you can get. I think that's an amazing cheese.
It doesn't have a lot of taste, but yeah. Well,
Gruyere?
it depends which one. Yeah,
I think-
Gruyere. It's
like
it's
an aged
pretty.
It's just good to grill.
But you guys
It
would
has no
say that
flavor.
because your cheeses you can smell that from the other room, like.
No, that's like in the countryside. Yeah.
What's orange cheese?
Like when they go into the cellar or into the out wherever it is, right? Outside, and then just go and get the cheese. that they've had aging for some time. Orange cheeses, they got the what is it, the Dutch one, Gouda. That one's nice. I do love that one. That's really nice cheese. I think anything that I like with cheese is usually when it's mature, like aged. Just got like a nice bit of sharpness to it.
Oh, like American cheese. Okay, I see what you're saying. No, I thought it was something specific.
When I'm hungry and I didn't have time to cook anything or eat anything, I just grab some bread and cheese. Like it's yeah, just bread and cheese. But the
You
bread
ever
has to
had
be from
a
today.
you
It
ever had
can't
a
be like
cheese slice like we have, like in plastic, a little square slice of cheese?
no,
Really?
there's never plastic in cheese. What?
You know,
Listen, that
you
lemon
don't
cheese.
where you gotta
Yeah,
Like
scrape
in
the
the
side to
aircraft,
find
you
where
mean?
it
Like on
opens.
airplanes?
As a kid, I loved that, and then as an adult, I'm like, what the hell was that? Like,
Nah, you
honestly.
would die if you saw how we ate, bro. You saw what we call
Lunchables.
cheese. Yeah, Kraft singles. Or even
Nah,
worse,
Kraft
the other shit. The shit that's not even cheese. I'll show you some shit that says cheese imitation food. It's just
And you got Cheese Whiz over there, like cheese in a can.
okay,
and
okay, not too much on Cheese Whiz. Cheese Whiz is actually amazing. It's bad for you, but not so. Like I'll tell you a story. My mom, when my mom was pregnant with me, my pops told me this. You know how pregnant women have cravings? Well, her craving was Cheese Whiz, right? But he couldn't buy Cheese Whiz because she wouldn't eat it at home. He had to go to the store, open up the Cheese Whiz, stick her finger in the Cheese Whiz, eat it out of the bottle, and then she would put it back because she said that cheese was in the house made her throw up. So he'd have to go behind her and buy all of these used bottles of Cheese Whiz and just throw them out because he couldn't bring them in the house. But you couldn't leave them in the store. And my mom's crazy. But anyways, I grew up like loving Cheese Whiz somehow. I don't know. I blame it on her.
That's fair. That's
But
fair.
Philly cheesesteak sandwiches traditionally should be with Cheese Whiz.
Okay. All right, I'll give it a chance once I take a visit to Philly and get myself a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
I won't judge. My mom was the opposite.
I
by
mean,
the way.
they'll give it to you without Cheese Whiz in Philly. They're just gonna look at you a little funny, but they'll make it for you without it.
Nah. I don't. For me, the only thing I can't eat is like coriander or cilantro. You guys will call it. Like that actually tastes disgusting. But I think that might be a genetic thing. I think they said there's like a certain percentage of people on the planet who it tastes like soap or it tastes bitter. Like for me, it tastes better in it. Like I was just like, ugh, it's horrible. But anything
like
else?
10%. But
10%.
you have the original genome. Like we are
Oh,
the
shit.
mutations.
All
Like
right, let's go.
I like it, but like the 90% is the mutation.
What are you saying, Genesis block?
Yeah, I knew something was wrong with y'all. Nah, there's something about how Cheese Whiz mixes with fat, like from the steak. And it just creates like this fatty, cheesy sauce. It's amazing.
Okay. Like macaroni cheese as well. That's the thing. You guys' macaroni cheese is like, it's like damn near orange, right? Right at times.
Because it's fake, bro. That shit comes with a powder that you mix with milk. Like,
Eesh.
no, good macaroni and cheese, you need real cheese for that.
Yeah.
And a bunch of different types of cheese too. Like that, I'm not throwing a bunch of Cheese Whiz and some macaroni and cheese. We're not doing that. There's a time and a place.
Cheddar. Yeah. Some mozzarella, mature cheddar. We've got a lot of cheeses over here as well. We've got Wensleydale. We've got all kinds actually.
And it's got to have that crust on top, like that thick,
yes,
burnt, cheesy crust. Like that's how you know.
100%. That's the real stuff. That to me is my favorite part of it.
Wikipedia doesn't know what they're talking about.
Okay, what are we saying? Wikipedia coming with the light.
Said Wikipedia said it was with provolone. Listen, a
Provolone.
real genuine Philly cheesesteak is with cheese.
Oh, the Philly cheesesteak. I thought you were talking about macaroni cheese.
Is what cheese Whiz.
All right, let's see Philly cheesesteak.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll take one with provolone as an adult. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But that's a different something.
Oh, Crow's up 30%.
Grizzle beef.
Or keep it.
I haven't eaten
That's
red
all.
meat in this, but I'll make an exception for a Philly cheesesteak for sure.
Wait, what happened in France today? Damn.
You
What
tell.
happened? You
What
guys
do you
riot
mean? You
again?
tell us.
I don't
So-
know, man. I didn't follow anything today.
No, I feel you. The other
I,
day
when I
I got
woke up, I
on.
watched.
There was a hurricane coming, and the other day I got on, and I was like, "Hey, is that hurricane gonna hit us or what?"
I don't know
haven't
what
even
happened.
paid
I woke
attention.
up this morning. I watched my phone. I noticed I still had 16 trades. So then I figured, okay, well, Eve didn't stop me out, and then I went to work, came back, and I was actually just chilling and with a friend, and didn't really follow what happened today. But this upward ABC on the French stock market. Oh boy.
Well, you're talking about French and like political news. You're talking about stock market. Interesting.
Market, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, French market. Yeah, I mean, why are we down 2% when everything else is green?
Somebody have earnings
good.
over there. Earnings season.
I don't know, but maybe the government fell again, or well, maybe it's just technical. Probably, yeah.
If you look outside and there's
That's
nothing on
unfair.
fire, then you're good, right? And it means that the government didn't do anything stupid.
There's got to be something going on in the news, probably, to make people sell. But
So apparently, the prime minister is set to lose a confidence vote.
oh, you're right. So yeah. So it's yeah. And you know, France is not govern. It's impossible to govern France. It's been like that for a while, but now currently it's really impossible because if he tries to do anything that needs a bit of courage, he's gonna be overthrown by
So
it just can't be governed right now. But in 2027, yeah, then we'll probably have a new government, new elections, and that'll solve the issue. Maybe Macron will dissolve again before that, but until then, it's like coalition stuff. They have to agree, and they can't agree between themselves. So
France may need IMF bailout, warns finance minister, according to the Telegraph.
Damn, that
yeah,
bad?
Apparently.
yeah, but
What y'all been doing
the
over
stock
there?
market is at new all-time highs, but it just dumped 2%. The stock market is doing fine for now.
Quick little glance at the portfolio today. It doesn't look too bad.
So wait, that makes me think America pumped after Europe closed, no? When did America pump? Of course, it started pumping right after France closed, 2% down. Okay, so France is higher likelihood of a green day tomorrow in France, in my opinion. Although, yeah, if we're going bankrupt, maybe this is going to zero. But still, it's a dip to buy potentially.
What?
What is happening?
Well, you know, if you read the news,
Well,
AMF,
maybe short
France
it
going
first.
bankrupt, it's just an opportunity to buy eventually. Just...
I'll offer €5 for Noord-Pas-de-Calais.
No, we have a few good stocks. You know, that LVMH, for example, Total in energy.
That's probably your leading stock, no? LVMH.
Yeah, because you guys invest a lot in that. Now, I don't know why you chose that one.
I mean,
but...
come on, you know? We like shiny things. Like to show out.
And honestly, ticker is MSC. Look, it's I mean, it's in a bear market. Below the 200 EMA on the weekly, on the EMA on the weekly, well, the EMA too.
How long do you think Bernal stays
So
in charge of LVMH?
I don't know, but
That's probably where it comes to an end. That it's gonna be like a Steve Jobs thing, I think.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
he's
Like
not
once
that
he's
old,
gone.
no. Is he old? Maybe he's very old. I don't know, to be honest. All I know is
all these ridiculously filthy rich guys are old.
He's like top 3, right? Richest people on the planet.
Oh, he was in front of Elon when Elon was in a bear market, but now that Elon is in a bull market again and that LVMH is in a bear market, I guess now he's the second richest, not the first.
Yeah, I think
Probably
it's
the third or the fourth, even with Chinese people catching up in that list. And all. But you know, the golden pocket band. Just look at MC how it works wonders. Like look where it's bouncing from. Like look at the precision in that golden bounce. So well, guess where I bought. But yeah, no, for me it's cheaper right now. Now maybe it's gonna be much cheaper, but yeah, well, potentially it could drop another 50% with these tariffs and with people already expecting recession in America. Maybe you'll have less money to buy this stuff.
So it seems Bernard Arnault he's dropped down to 9th according to this article from bankrate.com as of the 14th of August. You got Elon Musk number 1, Larry Ellison number 2. Who's that?
14th, you said?
Hip hop made that guy. That's remember I told you how I always like obsessed with money flow. That's how I even found out who he was. I kept following the money of all the shit that we would buy, and it all ended up in this one guy's pocket somehow. Like you're talking about Moet, Hennessy, Chanel, Da Vinci, Christian Dior, Bulgari, Fendi. It sounds like a damn rap song in the 80s. Like it was straight advertisement for Brno.
You're right. You're right.
The entire thing.
Same with a lot of these guys, right? Remember Jacob the Jeweler back in the early 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
Like so many of them. And then Jay tried to sort of switch it over to, culture owned brands. It didn't really work, to be honest with you. People like what they like, I guess.
I mean, Kanye took that obsession to he wanted to be right underneath this guy, right? He was like, came to the same sort of realization I did, except he signed away his life to get there.
Tragic.
We all got the same 24 hours in a day. He chooses to do his business.
Joe, guess what I bought the other day?
A rubber ducky.
Crumpets.
Oh shit! All right. Now we're talking. They were crumpets, yeah. They weren't like English muffins or.
Yeah, we were talking about it the other day.
Crumpets, I forget.
How did it feel different knowing you were eating a crumpet this time? Feel a little fancier.
Oh yeah. I felt like I had to put a tuxedo with an ascot on.
Right, there we go. Got the real deal. And you buttered it, yeah? What kind of butter did you use?
I had to make myself a cup of warm tea and put my pinky out when I drank it.
Cheese whiz on a crumpet.
I'm gonna pass out, like what the hell? Cheese whiz on a crumpet. I mean, that's like
Nah, you're just being disrespectful at that point. I'll be right back.
It's like putting A1 steak sauce on a
Dbloc, do you have a baby
at a steakhouse.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what you had what do you have with it? You said you had you put some butter on it?
A little bit of butter, and then I love it with peanut butter and jelly on them. Toast them and put peanut butter and jelly on them. Strawberry preserves.
Okay. So peanut butter I've never heard of on a crumpet, but yeah, some jam. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's perfectly into those crevices. Then you put some jam on top, preserves. Yep.
Okay, all right. There's only some crimes being committed there, not no crazy ones. It's only minor misdemeanors, as you call them.
Then I did put some bacon and egg on top of another one.
Okay, yeah. I like that. I like that. Bacon and egg. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, you're cooking. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
But I should take a picture of this and send it to Joe.
Yeah, throw it, man. I'll rate it out of 10, and then I'll be the crumpeteer. Listen, it can't be any worse than some of the crimes I've seen on the internet, man. Some real food crimes. Actually, I remember football. I was watching. Oh yeah. There was these two. As a football match, one French team and one Italian team. I think it was PSG versus Inter Milan, and the French fans were going up to the Italians and they got like a slice of pizza, and they were like putting ketchup all over it and just eating it.
Hey, dang.
Like, I don't know how good it was.
Oh, that's grounds for war.
Yeah, they were agreeing. And the Italians were screaming. And they were like, yeah,
sacrilegious. Oh boy.
putting ketchup all over it. It was insane. See what else people are throwing on these things. Okay, whipped cream as well. Could throw some whipped cream on there. That's a lot of chocolate. I don't know. That can't be a British. Let me see that. Can't be a British invention.
Damn, Bitcoin is right on time here to be at this level. That's remarkable. Oh, you have the upward angular crossing the downward angular and price that just comes to it right on time.
I do see. Hi, everybody. Yep.
All right, BJ.
Hello, BJ.
So we got a little spot right here to get over, and then we're looking really pretty again.
Oh, if it reclaims 112, I'm holding till 124 on Bitcoin. On ETH though, it's I mean, I had this hesitation there.
So we talked about that the other day, and that played out pretty well from what we.
What do we have to get over, BJ?
Right now, we've got. I'm on the 69-minute, and you can see here. Let me show you. We're at the top of the.
How the hell do you get 69 minutes on a chart?
Well, you just type it in if you have your trading view.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I'll show you if you like. You go right here.
Yeah.
Okay. On your trading view and click this, and where you see add custom interval right there.
Never even paid attention to that.
Throw the 45 minute on there too as a favorite.
Yes. So I like the 42, the 45, the 69, 77, 96, 690, 714, 864. That's a favorite. And then 1111.
You scroll back down, so I'm going to take a quick screenshot. I couldn't write that down fast enough. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt about.
No, you didn't interrupt. I want you to ask questions. So go ahead. Anyway, here's our descending. And there's the other descending. And then here's our ascending. This is our, I believe it was a 15-minute, or it might have been 5. Hang on, let me see. 5-minute. So that's our 5-minute ascending track. And you see how we're falling forward just a little bit right there. Instead of hitting that next candle right up above, we took a little bit of a jaunt to the right. So I call that falling forward. Okay. and it's on this
I
69
call it
minute.
stumbling drunk.
Yeah, okay. But here's the thing. You see this 5 EMA right here? Look how it's just underneath. Look at how that line is perfect. And then there's the 50. So this angle that goes up like this crosses right there. And that brings you to this target here, which is 112,548. So, and then on the horizontal, you see that connects right there, the 112,663. So we're going to be awfully close. Now, price is moving this way at the moment. So unless we come back underneath that 50, which it doesn't look like it's going to do because of the direction that the price action is moving, it's moving this way. So I could put a ray out here and it will make another channel, but you know, from here. But let's look at the larger time frame. So if we go here to the 4 hour, you see how your perspective changes, and see how the price marker is already up through that ribbon and is bullish right to here. But the thing is that the moving averages are above, right? So let's go here. Remember the 4 hour, oh, I'm on the 6 hour. I meant to click the 4 hour, sorry. The 4 hour was descending, and we have to beat the 50. And we want to do it before this. See right there, look at how perfect that is. There's the descending, here's the ascending, here's your time frame right on the vertical right there. See that? I'm going to pull this down now. I'll put that up again. TR main. You see how the face is blunt up against your vertical here, and then if you cross over, it makes this point right there. Look at how this price target right there matches. It's amazing how that does. So here is our price now, and so you can see the path it has to take in order to trade over this 50. I'm sorry, I wish that would stay on while I touch the screen, but it doesn't a lot of times. Okay, so see how this makes a triangle right there? This is a bow tie right there. See, here's your top, here's your bottom. See how that makes twist, you know, put that around your neck this way. You know what I'm saying? This would be the center.
I want to get treated like that around my neck. I'll get married again.
But look what, if I do a circle motion around it, what am I touching? This edge of the circle is, here's the 200, here's the 50, and see how we're coiling this way.
We're about to pop
right?
a downtrend here, guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm just talking about. How we're kind of, that pops the downtrend. And that's why this pivot point is right here. You see, I had the words pivot point. So this is the number you need to get over this time frame right there. But you have to go higher because you have to correct from the dip. And that dip started here, the 50 MA. So let me put that up. You have a baby in the family yet, Dbloc?
No, not yet, not yet.
Okay, so there you go. Here's our range from here to here. See that? Now these structures, what I try to explain, these structures or these geometric shapes have been there, and look at how price comes to these. It's amazing how it's like a puzzle. Anyway, there's 50 MA and there's the 200, 116, 287, right? And then here's our ellipse. So the swing down can come like that. Anyway, we're doing it. So we don't want to get rejected off of that, that 50 MA, and because that can end up pushing us back towards the edge of this ellipse. So that would be to the 15-minute 50 right here. So that at this particular point right there at 111,970 is an area of interest to be watching backward on this forward looking time, because if you round it out. Now, if we round out on the other side of this, that's more bullish, right? And if you round out up here, that's even better. So that's why you have this pivot point right there, right up here. Boom. 115. I lost the words, but anyway, they're right. It's right up here. There it is. So that's our pivot point. And you can see how that comes right up over that. Yay.
Excuse me. All right, let's get it. Green vector on the 15-minute through that downtrend. Got our liquidations above. Target 2 is at 13.1, but I'm not taking profit until we close our CME gap. Come on, you got this Labubu waiting for you, Bitcoin. Go get it. Nah, that's not mine. That's Bitcoin's. Labubus are just Bitcoin bait.
Remember to hit the like button, and where else are you gonna get the boo-boos and bow ties? What's this Labubu wearing? I thought it was army fatigues at first. It's not, is it? It's got some fashion sense on it.
No more naked Labubus, man.
Coat on.
Nah, now you can't even. Now your Labubu gotta have an outfit on. They're bugging, bro.
Oh my days.
Guys, remember, I follow this as a sentiment meter. Right? This is showing frothiness, okay? There's a lot of money floating around. Right? When it's not just the Labubu, but now your Labubu needs 7 different outfits for every day of the week. We're getting to the point where retail is irresponsibly throwing money around.
Yep.
Dressing up your Labubu.
So remember the other day, it was maybe 2 weeks ago, or maybe not even that long. Anyway, I said something about, yeah, they're going to need outfits. And so I was at the mall just a few days ago, and there's one of those, you know how they have those carts like in the middle. It's not an actual store, but it's the smaller pop-ups. Well, there was this whole cart full of Labubu outfits for your Labubu.
Probably making
I
a
couldn't
killing.
believe it. Oh, tell you what. The next thing it'll be all the different costumes for Halloween that you can get your Labubu.
There was this girl on socials that had all her Labubu outfits out on the bed, and she was like, "This is for when I get my Labubu." She didn't even have one yet, and she had like 30 outfits. Like how somebody like a mother that's expecting, and goes out and buys all the stuff beforehand so that the Labubu has everything it needs. Nah, it's getting ridiculous, guys. It's getting really bad.
Yeah, and then you're gonna have the children have the same outfit as the Labubu.
Yeah,
you
gotta
have matching clothes. You buy a dress for the daughter, and then there'll be a little matching Labubu outfit attached to it. And then you're gonna have to have a whole line of shoes.
All right, let's take a
You're
look
gonna have
at the order
Labubu
book
shoes.
here. We're going, man. We're stepping up. They tried to stop price here. You see, well, we came into that consolidation, but busted through that and climbing real time. 149, 150 at 113 is the only sort of real resistance. Let's see the order book.
Yeah, they're breaking on through.
Million. Hold on, let me change it to Bitcoin amount. 290, 232 at 112.5. 239 at 113. but the bids are coming in hot here. Let's get it. Looks like 113 at least, which would be our target too. Nobody tell Bitcoin, but when it gets close, I'm gonna spoof that Labubu. He ain't getting shit.
Don't push him too far though with that. Keep spoofing the Labubu, eventually he's gonna give up.
Just a little higher. Come on. You gotta be quicker than that. That's what I need. That's the emoji I need. The old dude with the fishing pole. Come on.
Like the carrot and the stick instead of the carrots and the boo boo.
Nah, I don't want to guide can. I want to slowly grind. Like we're out of these liquidations now. I wouldn't mind coming down, making a low, maybe just retesting the break, right? Just to get some more degens involved. To be a
That's
little
at
closer on the
110.5, right?
There's enough to go through here. I mean, no, I mean like literally, like this one small candle is already spawned 200x longs. If we just came down to that break right there at the green, or the 50 EMA, 800 EMA, a little cool off period. What I don't want is to push it too far. You don't want to end up turning this into like a Greg Louganis where you just let it build some support.
The Rodney Dangerfield triple Lindy instead.
What if we create a macro W?
What happened?
Like from your target too.
I missed the first part of your question.
I asked what could happen if like we get target 2 and we make a bigger W. Like could that happen, or if we get to target 2 we're gonna target the liquidations?
Nah, I'd be scaling it out, right? We already saw our like 1 minute W turn into a 5 minute W. Eventually, when we retrace here after target 2, I would like target 2, maybe come back down. Then we would get our larger W on the 15 minute, 30 minute. Basically this.
So you don't think we're gonna come down lower than 108.7, right?
I mean, not right now. Not with how the chart looks right now. No, we would have to break levels for me to. Right now, yeah, right now, unless proven different, this is our support. Right, the top of our range. So 110. So we would have to come down and lose that before I even think about anything lower, just because of the consolidation.
And after that, we have the POC from the volume profile also.
Yeah. What I don't like about it is, like you said, the PLC is really low on this volume profile. Right, so a rejection off a value area high, it might as well be a trip to the bottom of the range because the PLC is so low. You know, normally your PLC be somewhere in the middle. I'm pretty sure it adjusted itself, but let me re-pull this range just in case. Sometimes it lags.
Hey, was that a crazy wick on Crow ETH that you were looking at a minute ago?
Yeah, you saw that?
I was like, what? I was like, yo, was that today? Yesterday that happened?
Nah, so yesterday when Crow hit when Crow when Ethereum hit all-time high, Pro ETH dropped, right? And then Crow today did that. So that whipped up that Crow ETH, you know what I mean? That instantly, like, basically just ate the dip on Crow ETH.
You got a fractal there too on Crow USD.
Crazy. Look at this.
Oh,
This is from the last bull market.
It's looking very similar.
I mean, it's
Ish.
you know, like
We'll see. We'll see how it plays. We're gonna find out, right? Damn,
it don't look not familiar. I would assume we leave second or third cousins or something. Like we gotta we gotta call our parents and make sure that something's. But that would be nice.
On a 5 minute, if we had this inverted, I would have been swiping on that.
I mean, if that's the case, this thing is just getting started.
Yeah, exactly. Yup. Run me a little short from
We're getting that little bit of rejection here. That should help us build some buy side liquidity.
See if I can run a little short from the top here.
There's not a whole lot of meat on the bone, but I would expect 50 comes up like this. 800 is curling up like this. Grab this vector. Maybe sweep this range.
Right there. Let me invert my chart back. Four. 111.4.
Regarding Crow, could we check the 15-minute time frame? I'm curious. I'm trying to learn divergences, and it looks like there's a bearish div on a 5 or a smaller time frame. It looks like we have a bearish div, and I wanted to ask you about your opinion.
It makes me laugh because look on the 15 how it jumps straight up, right? So on these altcoins that act like that, it's a bit hard to do really TA, right? Like look at how it price jumped there, right? So yeah,
the 15-minute, there's a div, there's a bearish div, but you would expect that with price movement like this.
So you wouldn't take a short here. It's not sure.
I mean, that's a different story. I mean, me personally, if I wasn't already in a short, I would be looking. That is your uptrend after the break. Right, you already broke trend, came back, retested. It looks like you're having a bit of a bearish retest. This is on the 15-minute. Pretty sure you've got a massive vector gap underneath you. Problem is when something is hot like this, it could very well just be a pause before another pump, Where the hell is mine? There we go. Yeah, so you got your vector underneath. 5 minute is probably just crossed the 50 and the, So you've already got bearish momentum on the 5 minute. Right. Not only did you break your uptrend, but you broke the 50, your 13 is under, and you've bearishly retested your 50. Chances are this is coming down at the very least for this vector in the 200 EMA. If
So
it
how would you like to
reclaims,
position the trade?
I mean, me personally, I would be short unless the 13 crossed 50 again. If I shorted.
And the TP, how would you set your TPs? That's my problem trading my TPs.
Well, what are you willing to risk, right? It's all about risk reward. Like, what are you trading? You 1 to 3 risk reward.
So I shorted right when we had the bearish retest here, and I put my stop on the top, and I'm like looking for a sweep of like the kind of pennant that we're building right now.
All right. So you said you shorted right around where we are now.
Yeah.
All right, and your stop is right above the top here. You said.
Yeah.
All right. So a full vector reclamation, right, back to psychological high, psychological low, would be a 6-to-1 trade. But it depends on. See, you want to figure this out before you take your trade, right? If you think, okay, maybe it comes down to 200 EMA, like a 1 to 3. I know some people that'll take that. I don't really waste my time on 1 to 3s. Only way I would take this trade is if I expected it to come down all the way to the 800 EMA. Me personally, on a move like this, I would check to see where 50% of the vector is. And then I would check to see what the risk was at that point. Like 1 to 3, 1 to 4. Wouldn't really jump at it personally. But that's just my style of trading, how much I'm willing to risk, what I want per trade. Your instinct to short there isn't bad. Like I said, you had your, if you were shorting just on the 13 and 50 strategy, then you would have taken your short as your 13 cross right there.
I took that, but I got stopped out. And now when we had the retest, I'm like, let me try again.
Yeah. So you're on pretty high leverage, huh? If you got stopped out, what's your?
Yeah, but it's like 0.5% of my account. It's not bad.
No, I know, but just because that shouldn't have stopped you out if you got in on the 513, unless you were on like 100x leverage.
I put my stop loss to my entry, and that's why.
Oh, I got you. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Like I didn't lose money on the trade, but
yeah, you're just swinging at it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, by the way.
No problem, brother. All right, we're still coming down, building some. Now we want to hold relatively high, because if we don't, then it's just going to start to act like a rejection off the top of the value area high, like we were talking about earlier. So value area high is right there, value area low is right there, and your point of control is right there. This needs to hold off EMAs, or we run the risk of coming back to attempt point of control retest. More than likely, it wouldn't even get there though. You'd be stopping at the tops of these at this resistance.
You said you'd pull the volume profile again to see if something changed.
Yeah, I did. It was in the same spot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It changes on its own, but sometimes it lags, so I like to do it manually every once in a while. But yeah. Rejecting off the high. That's weird. Now. It's just how much price action we had down here. This move up, we didn't really add a whole lot of volume to the profile, right? It was just a, V shape up. Where are we? Let me see something. Yeah, there's just a lot. Like, I guess the closest would be here. So if we came down into this range, basically to the 50, we came down to the 50 and consolidated, then we would push corner control. We would push it up to 111. But for right now, all of this price action is what has us down.
Is that vector gap clear?
Yeah, just about. We're at the 13 EMA now. Remember, once that 13 crosses the 50 and you get above, 13 acts as support for price. Healthy, strong, bullish price action will keep the 13 as support. Now, you don't lose bullish price action just because you lose the 13, but this is when you're like, this is very bullish. Underneath it is just bullish. And then under it, you're into your bearish. You can almost think of it as two zones. In this zone here, you're still safe, but you're watching that 50 EMA like a hawk to see if price is gonna, you know, up here, you're not even worried about your trade. As long as price is above 13 and holding it, you're not even worried about your long, your good money.
Like a hot dog.
Like a fish sandwich.
You do like a little hot dog, little mustard squiggles.
Nah, this isn't enough to say that we broke the downtrend, right? This counts so far as a rejection off the downtrend.
At 30 minutes. 30 minutes till daily. Open.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Zuzi, are you in here?
Yeah.
Have you heard of ever heard of JDE Pete's? JDE Pete's?
What's that? No. No.
U.S. soft drinks. Keurig Dr. Pepper is set to create a global coffee giant. I don't know if you heard about this. To rival market leader Nestle with an $18 billion takeover of JDE Pete's, Europe's largest acquisition in more than 2 years.
I bought Nestle just a few weeks ago. I bought Nestle
It's a Dutch company.
because it made a low. Yeah. That Nestle. I guess it's a defensive. Food stuff is a bit defensive, right? So they tend to go down while things go up, and vice versa. But yeah, Nestle is I don't know about that company you're mentioning, but Nestle is kind of cheap.
I think Nestle has got something. Has got their hand in this deal too, from what I'm reading.
But I like chocolate anyway. Maybe that's why their stock is dropping. They might be buying another company.
Because you've heard of Keurig, right?
What?
You've heard of Keurig?
Kering, yeah.
How do you say it?
Kering.
Kidding?
Yeah, I bought the 618 extension of the of the previous down move, so it means we went 161% lower than the previous down move. Right? So the size of this leg down, this wave 3 down. I mean, if yeah, it's like wave 5 down. Sorry, is well, it's an extended fifth leg. Yeah, 161%. So I mean, yeah, this wave 5 on Kering is pretty pretty deep. I think it's got to do with tariffs probably on France or I don't know, but it's getting so cheap that for me it's like a no-brainer. Of course, no financial advice, blah blah blah. We could still go down another 90%, but yeah, it could dump to like $40. We're at 160 is the previous low, and currently it's at 230. I'm in nice profits actually on this one. I bought it in April, so yeah, yeah.
So
Food stuff, is beaten down. You know, a lot
so
of
they
this
bought
food.
they bought IDE Pete's, which is a Dutch coffee company for 18 billion. Dang.
Well, if their stock continues to go down, they're not gonna have money to buy other companies. Or actually, no, they can still have a lot of cash to buy other companies, but it's got to do with the tariffs on France. Then Kering exports a lot of alcohol, beverage, and stuff like that. I think also. Carrefour also is very low, but I mean all these stocks. Some of them are just in. Well, yeah, it's bear market in France. Yeah. Kering is a CAC 40. It's in the French stock market. Carrefour, same stuff. I mean, it made a new all-time low for the last 30 years.
Wow.
I'm buying like really shit stocks, I guess, but yeah, 1994, it went below 1994, so I guess they're bleeding cash and going bankrupt. I don't know. I don't follow too much, but it reacted, right? And there's like whether it's crypto or it doesn't matter what I trade as long as there's an ABC. And that's one on Carrefour. It's like 5 years wide because it went below COVID dip also, which was also lower than 1994. Well, yeah. But yeah, this is you gotta sell because it's got a natural tendency to go down. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at like a 50% increase before selling. So yeah, it's kind of worth it. Also, the dividends on these French stocks are just amazing, right? So
Really?
yeah, if you manage to get a good entry, yeah, the dividends are like it takes like 6-7 years on some of these stocks to just get your money back through dividends. So
Okay.
that's why their value doesn't grow as much as other companies. The dividends are pretty good. I mean, compared to like stuff like Nvidia or Tesla, yeah, the dividends are really. I mean, the problem is that price is so high that dividends are just insignificant now on Nvidia, right?
Well, now American companies are so geared towards just getting their shareholders paid and screw their employees. So it's just so focused on that you get the dividends flipped around faster here than overseas.
But yeah, some of the growth comes from dividends. For me, it's not only price. Yeah, also, I mean, some of these stocks, it takes time, of course, but over the years, I mean, you just have to catch a crisis, right? So if you cut Ukraine crisis or COVID dip or whatever we're gonna name the next dip, then some of them it's just like I'm not in a hurry to sell because it takes like 6-7 years to get your money back just through dividends. Maybe more like 10 years, 15 years. It depends on which ones, but yeah, it's more like 10, 15 years, I guess. Well, with France about to go bankrupt anyway, I guess there's going to be opportunities to buy again. Maybe we'll cancel the bankruptcy at market open tomorrow, though. And then you have a few pharmaceutical stuff that's doing good in France, yeah, like Sanofi. Aircraft also with Airbus. Oh, we have some good companies on our stock market. That's all shitty. We might see a price discovery on SPY tomorrow if this Tuesday reversal continues, right? Because the stock market also had a very slightly red Monday. Nothing compared to crypto. And today, bullish engulfing daily on yesterday's red candle at all-time highs. Or, I mean, you really don't have much left to pump to be in price discovery. It's missing like 0.1%. But maybe it won't be able to. Maybe it'll fail. Yeah, we'll see. But it seems it seems quite likely that we'll just see price discovery this week on SPY. Yeah. And then yeah, when you look at Bitcoin, you're like, oh. All these people selling Bitcoin to buy ETH caused a mini recession on Bitcoin by like 12-15% or 13% down. Yeah. Nasdaq fell 4% from that previous all-time high. 3 times 4, 12. I guess we're like 3x on Nasdaq. Bybit added this break-even price on your position, so you see how much price would need to come down in the case of a long for you to give back all the TPs you did on the position, right? And I guess I'm not active enough because the break-even price is 73 on BTC USDT. Entry is 109. I don't know if that's good or not good. But I bought that entry a bit too high now, right? It's kind of at risk here. Wait, in the end, we have a zigzag down on Bitcoin, huh? Well, ETH can't even put a flat. Like, I mean, I think that has to happen, no? I don't know. Wait, that means this trade will lose? What happened on the last corrections? I forgot. Bitcoin did a lower low at 98, right? What did ETH do back then? Oh, it also did a lower low by breaking that 2,300 and going to 2,100, right? Yeah, in June. So they both did zigzag last time.
How about that perp protect on Bybit? What is that, Zushi? Where did that come up from?
So it mixes options. Actually, I don't see it anymore. Maybe I removed the column on the positions. Right? It's in positions, right? Where do you see it? I don't see it anymore.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
thing.
I opened a small position in Ethereum, and but I haven't just tried something in Ethereum the other night when it dropped low. And I saw this, and it's just curious to know what the hell is this? Buy protect for your position to be.
So when you hesitate to do something, like maybe it wants to sell you an option. Like you can protect your P&L by buying an option to sell, and then before it expires, you can exercise it. Like imagine right now I'm hesitating to TP. Well, instead of TPing, I can pay a bit of a fee. It's not like huge, but I guess it would impact your performance on the long run, right? You can pay a bit, a little fee, and it's really not much compared to the size of your trade. You can pay that fee to buy the option to a call or a put, and then tomorrow, according to what happens, or you can even have it for multiple days, right? Like it's not 24 hours. You can even choose the date.
Well, it's telling me estimated cost 256 USDT, and it keeps changing. Yeah. So I didn't even know what, and I was just curious to know. I never seen it, which I haven't.
It's like insurance, right? It's a bit like insurance.
Yeah,
you can buy insurance on your trade. It's gonna be an option to buy or to sell, depending on if you're in a longer trade. So tomorrow if price drops, I imagine if goes back down to 4,000 tomorrow, and you bought an option to sell at 4,600, then tomorrow you instead of taking the L and getting stopped out, you'll be able to exercise that option to sell at that level, and so you'll exit your trade at 4,600.
That's interesting. Oh wow.
Yeah, I should look into it honestly, because especially for the way I trade, there are some swing points where I kind of know when I'd be interested in doing that. But I don't know. The fees of doing that too often will probably eat your profitability, right? So I'm not sure if it's really a good idea, but it's worth attempting, yeah. At least on paper first. Define when you would take the insurance, when you wouldn't, because it's gonna be.
I see. Looks like that's why, because last night was very cheap. The insurance, it was like before it started pumping. It was like, I think like 40 something USDT or something, which I don't understand because I usually don't do perpetual. I don't do leverage. Only when we dump hard like that yesterday, and I kind of took 2 ETH, and I said, okay, let me just try it and put a stop loss in it. But it kept pumping when I bought it. So, but I was looking at it last night, and it was like, all right. It was like 40 something USDT. I looked at now it's 200 something USDT. So what the heck?
But you're on inverse perp or normal perp? Normal USDT?
Yeah.
In a long from support, and now the cost is higher. Well, I guess it depends how much PNL you need to protect. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you have more PNL to protect than yesterday, so it costs more. Like the quantity of sell option you need is now bigger than
Oh
yesterday.
yeah, because it's I'm 200% off right now. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when I looked at it last night, that's why it was cheap, because it was like, I don't know, like 10% or something.
Yeah, you just had started the trade, and yeah. So now you have more PNL to protect in case price goes down. Yeah. What's the expiration date though? Like, is it 1 day? Can you fine tune that? Because if it's just 1 day, then I don't think
Let me
it's...
open it again. Let me see. It's just an icon right below the. But it's an icon, like a warning icon. When you click on it, it comes up.
Yeah,
Right where
you
your
can.
trade is
You can choose the columns you want or you don't want there. I mean, my code base has so much work to do. So me, I just hid it, but now I don't remember how to unhid unhid. It's a hidden column. I hid it because it took too much real estate. Same for reverse position button, for example. I never use that. So I hit hidden. Oh, wait, how do you unhide? There's gotta be something somewhere.
Do you see any whatever right under the long positions as you have open? It should be right there. That's how it popped up. It was the first time I saw it last night. I haven't used. Gosh, I don't even remember last night I used leverage. I don't know what tricked in my head last night to try an Ethereum long. Well, actually, what did is just it dropped hard yesterday, and then I saw that W pattern long term for ETH, and I said, all right, let me just try it. But I don't see an expiration. I know it's telling me coverage 9,300 something USDT. Estimated cost 46 USDT. Oh yeah, your profit loss at 4 on August 28th. I don't understand shit in
So
this. I don't
it's just a
understand.
bit more than 24 hours, right?
Okay, yeah, so it's not worth it.
But it depends. It depends. Like, when we reach all-time highs, for example, on Bitcoin at
Yeah.
like these important levels, right? Like when we reached 112 the first time. I mean, I guess when you know that rejection is gonna be pretty quick. Well, you never know that, but
You know what's cool? Starship 10 launch. It made it up there. Now they're like testing where they're putting out some fake satellites where they're kind of putting some stuff that's coming out of it. Oh, that's pretty neat. Looks like it made it up there. It's like
really cool.
20
It's the
something
first time,
minutes
right?
into.
It doesn't blow up or.
Well, it's in its live thing right now. It's up there for like 25 minutes. They're doing tests and stuff with it. Made it. See what it does come back.
Come on, Doge, you can do something with Starship successful.
Zuzi, so if you have an Ethereum open, right under the position on Bybit app where it says set TP and SL and then trailing stop and then close by, and then is that little icon. It looks like a warning icon, and when you click on it, that's where that thing pops up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry I can't help you. I really never used that thing, but I'm sure it's
No,
there's
I'm
so many
telling you,
tools on Bybit. Like,
that's where you have it if you want to find it.
oh, well, I don't have it. I don't see it right now. On the cell phone, you mean? On the phone?
Yeah,
Or on
yeah, on the
the
phone.
website?
On the app. No, on the phone, on the app.
I think somewhere in the options I disabled it, so I don't see it anymore. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. There's that little. Okay, I see the icon here. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yep, because it's so small you can't even tell until you click in it.
Yeah, so in the case of a long, you want to buy an option to sell at current price, and if price is lower, then there's something I don't understand though. Is it gonna close your position?
Yeah, I have no idea, but pretty much on this position, I'm gonna be like
Me,
you.
oh, you know why I never used it? Because it's only in cross margin that you can use that, and I only do isolated. So that's why I never used it. I probably would have used
Oh,
otherwise.
okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm just using isolated, yeah, never cross.
Okay.
And it says switch to cross margin mode. So you got to be cross margin to do this.
Yeah, I am actually cross margin because I usually never use anything isolated. Now I may change that and put a stop loss because I'm not planning to close it unless it's gonna hit the stop loss. I'm like you, I'm gonna hold it now. If Ethereum's gonna do what I think gonna do, this trade's gonna be good. If not, so be it. I'm gonna go to get lost.
You see, it tells you is established using a strategy that involves acquiring ETH USDT put options. So it's just gonna buy the option to sell, yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, you can even trade. You can just buy it yourself too, right? Like you don't even have to go to protect. It's just more handy, I guess, because you have options trading on Bybit on crypto, and it's been there for like years now. It's nothing new. You know, in the you have trade. You can trade options. In the trade menu, you have options. Now, there's not a lot of coins though. You only have Bitcoin, ETH, and Sol. Oh yeah, there's only 3 coins, so I guess that thing isn't that successful, but yeah, you can trade options, and then you will be able to choose whatever date you want, right? Because one day isn't really flexible. Like on the cell phone app, when you click that icon, it's just 24 hours expiry. Right?
Ah, okay. What was the ticker of that stock that you said it was cheap and it pays good dividend? That French stock.
Oh no financial advice from me. Forget it.
Is this? It's nothing financial advice in here. What we talk? I just wanted to check. I got something in my
I
stock
don't remember, man.
portfolio.
I'm so diversified that I don't remember, to be honest. Maybe I should just sell everything and buy the index. Like at this point, it might make more sense because there's 40 companies on our stock market. It's the top 40. I think I owe a bit in all 40, so maybe I should just buy the index. Right? No, I forgot. I honestly forgot. Well, you gotta check it yourself. Was it Nestle? No, it wasn't Nestle. I mean, Nestle gives like $3 dividends. The stock price is at 70, right? So if they continue to give out dividends at this rate, then in 20 years, you got your money back just in dividends. Right?
What was the ticker? Nestle?
Yeah, but it wasn't Nestle we were talking about. Was it Kering?
I think it was Kering that you said it dropped.
I mean, France is, with the tariff scare, we export a lot of food to America, and well, you guys destroyed our Trump destroyed our companies. Like, I mean, look at that downtrend. It's in a Hey, it's in an extended bear market, that Kering.
But that's good because it's going to reverse and it's going to be
80%.
good.
It's down
See, that's it.
80%. It's down 80% from its all-time high, from COVID all-time high. Like, so yeah, for me, there's opportunities in these charts, right? Because they're not pumping like hell, like Tesla or Nvidia is, right? But I might be very wrong. Like maybe it's a company going bankrupt. Like, it's high risk stuff, right? Maybe it's a company just bleeding cash, going bankrupt. Like, I don't know. But technically, it seems to be cheap right now compared to lots of other charts. Yeah. Same for that P911, that Porsche car manufacturers in Europe are all cheap right now. I mean, not all, but a lot of them are pretty cheap. Yeah. And it's odd because in case we go to war, these companies convert into tank manufacturing. Right? Like during Second World War, Porsche was making tanks, so maybe that's the catalyst for it to stop its downtrend. Right? But it's typical stuff. Right? You get released, you pump, and then you retrace. And if it had held that initial opening price, then there'd be some bullishness. But it didn't. So when it doesn't, it doesn't. Gotta take the L, and eventually they'll find its floor, and then we'll go for that previous all-time high. It's a bit like alts, new stocks. I should have bought Ferrari, not Porsche, because actually no, that's not true. Wait, the risk to reward is shitty on Ferrari on race. Yeah, screw that. Same category, you have Pernod Ricard, that's beaten down. A lot of our stocks are beaten down right now. And with America potentially going into a recession in 2 years or 1 year or whatever, I wonder what's going to happen to some of these. Like they might, yeah. But typically France holds better, right? It doesn't go down at the same time as America. It's a bit later that we do the same move. But it's Germany, in Europe, Americans are more investing in Germany than in France. Like you can see it in the index chart, right? That DAX is performing as good as stuff like Nasdaq is, yeah, or SPY. While the French market, nah, just stay away. It's only for French people.
Oh, I like it. I like investing in European stocks sometimes as well.
I don't know if it's a good plan to invest in Europe right now. Like, if you have euros, I guess it's a good plan to invest because euro has a lot of buying power right now. But if you have dollars, just the conversion rate, you're gonna lose like 20%. I mean, no, you're not gonna lose 20%. Depends what rate you do the opposite transaction at, right? But it's in euros, so you need to convert dollars into euros. And currently, euro is it went from 80 cents to 1.2, right, in total this last year. So the good plan was to buy. Well, for you, it was to buy one.
Didn't I tell you I trade in Bybit? So I'm a European citizen as well.
But yeah, I know, they reopened Bybit for Europe. It's Bybit EU. Like there's a Bybit for Europe now.
Oh no, I'm the global one.
Yeah, me too. But now French people can trade on Bybit again because Bybit opened in Austria, European compliant exchange, I think, or I don't know. I saw some news about Bybit EU, so that's gonna be Bybit for Europe. It's probably limited. Like it's a bit like Binance, you know. Right now, Binance is very limited in France. You can't do coin marginated stuff. You can't really do leverage. But you have access to all spot and only USDC, no USDT, right? So Bybit is opening EU with USDC only, I think. So I don't know how successful it's gonna be, but it's good news for people in Europe, yeah. But yeah, it's not the same website. It's not bybit.com, it's bybit.eu, yeah.
When did they come up with Bybit EU?
Well, it's been a few months. I don't know. I don't know exactly. But I'll go check it, see what they're... Oh, you see how it's limited compared to the real one? Yeah. Look at the menu. If you just go on bybit.eu and you look at trade menu, there's only two things. You have spot X and spot. Like, there's no... it's like
Binance US is garbage.
Yeah, it's like
Compared
Binance,
to
yeah. It's but it's
global.
because of European laws. Like leverage is just banned. So you can only spot, and I'm sure they have a lot of coins though, but maybe they'll probably grow this slowly through well, when regulation becomes clearer, they'll probably grow it slowly, but yeah, never mind. Well, interesting tool. One more exchange available in Europe, it's always a good thing. Hey, we got the daily, right? I'll check that out a bit.
Wow. Did you catch that wick down on queuing, Zusi? Looks good. Nice.
What looks good?
This queuing in 2 weeks here or next. The stock is 225 right now.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends on tariffs, you're right? Like if the French champagne is really tariffed by 100%, then yeah, this company might just go to zero, no? You know, it's below 2000 bull run. Like these are shit stocks compared to your magnificent 7 and all. But yeah, Kering right now is below the all-time high from 2000.
So it dropped to where it was, what, 2016?
No, 2000. No, it's below 2000. So this is like ABC wise, you know, it went up from 1994 to 2000, then down during the 2000 crash and the 2008 crash, and then it reversed upward in 2008, and now it looks like we reversed downward since COVID all-time high since 2021. Right? So it's been 4 years of down, and yeah, I mean, I guess it's enough. 4 years of down. I mean, eventually you gotta reverse a bit up, but it's gonna take 10 years to recover. Look at this. Like, yeah, you know, you gotta be patient with these ones. Like 2003 took 3 years down, then 4 years up, then you got 2008. That was pretty quickly down. And after that, to get back to 2000, it took it like 12 years, 10 years, something like that. So, I'm just saying it could take it 10 years to exit its bear market. That's what happened last time, right? In 2000, it took it.
Yeah, it's crazy. But once these tariff shits settled, which is really all politics crap and money making games that these politicians make, soon as that's gonna settle, all these stocks that got beaten because of the tariffs, they all gonna do good. They're all gonna
Yeah, but
reverse.
look, it's not only because of the tariffs, right? If it was only because of the tariffs, I'd fully agree with you. But then, just buy American store. Well, just buy the index one. It's not only because of tariffs, because look at where it was before Trump even came to power, right? Or look at where it was a year ago, like October 2024. Like this was already on its way down, well before Trump announced tariffs, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So that tendency to go down started at COVID all-time high in 2021, and it accelerated with tariffs. So currently we're recovering that vector, that sell-off, and it recovered it to golden pocket. So for me right now, this is even more of a sell than a buy. Potentially you're gonna end up with a double top at golden pocket here at 220, and it could go like. But I would put an alarm at 151, and if it puts a lower low, potentially it's a buy again. It's already up a lot too since that tariff scare. It's also up 50%.
Yep. I see it. Yeah.
But the whole thing is happening below 2000 all-time high. That's like, if this cannot reclaim 250, it can't. That structure is 30 years wide. The next support,
Yeah, which is it has a gap in there as well to claim that.
Imagine you played the breakout on this in 2016, and then you TP'd and you're patiently waiting. You had to wait 9 years for price to retest its breakout, but it did.
In this video.
But is fashion also tariffed now for you? Everything is, right? And Kering is like LVMH, right? So LVMH is just a better one. It's not below 2000 all-time high at least, right? But maybe it'll get there though. Michelin, I think Michelin is one of is a good stock in France. Yeah.
The Michelin?
Yeah, tire. Our cars suck, but our
Yeah.
tires are pretty good.
My favorite tires. That's the only one I put in my cars.
I imagine every time you buy a new tire on your car, you put the same value in the stock. I wonder if it would eventually start to pay your tires. China is doing pretty good too, no? The stock market. I was looking at because we mentioned Europe, you know, for diversification, but it's more about Asia, right? Yeah, SSE or Indian stock market, stuff like that. For me, India is way too high still, but they had a nice growth. You know, last 5 years, it's been a huge growth. Yeah. Yeah, I want to get into an Indian ETF eventually when when there's downward ABCs, right? So it looks like it's going in a downtrend now since 2024. So yeah, since August 2024, India hasn't recovered like America or Europe did, right? But I'm greedy, man. I need more. Well, at least a low than what happened in April.
All right, time to take a break for me. Nice talking to you, Lucy. Talk to you guys later. Safe
Same
trading.
here. Same here. Thanks. See you. Good luck on your ETH long and have fun with Protect.
No, no touching. Stop loss if it gets hit. All right. And maybe I'll not try it again. If it was for me, I remove leverage trade and I make it illegal everywhere. I do a lot more spot. That maybe, gosh, I don't remember last time I didn't take a leverage. So anyway, good night. Talk to you next time.
Good night. Good night. Bye. I'm off too. Trade safe, everybody.
There's someone eating with an open mic.
Hello, hello. So I need a little update here.
Hello.
So Bitcoin's rising up out of this cleavage up over the pivot point. We got to make sure we hit this 200, 111, 500, and then bulls really need this line up here at 111.7. So you can see here we're getting there right over this valley. The 5 EMA is crossing up through that 50 on the 1 minute. And then the next stop is at 200 there. All right, so let's look at it in the bigger picture. All right, here's our descending line. And here's was an attempt, the failed attempt to get over it right before that drop from 112,586, you know, right this line, the 663 line right here. And so that was that attempt there. And now we've slid down. And this is the point at which we're trying to break over that line there. Yes. So say that we had done that. At that point, we still had this line to cross. Right, in order to avert this descending line right there at 113.7. So this is why, in order to correct this dip, you have to come back over this point right here, which is the 113.926, and you see that makes that bow tie right there. Boom, boom. So now since we're below that, and this is our resistance, in order to meet that, we didn't climb up there on the 69 minute. We didn't climb up there earlier today. So we've had this little dip and now we're sunk here. So in order to move past that, you see how we need this line here, because that gets us over that channel and that one in one little swoop there, right? So that gives you this horizontal line right there, and then this one up here once we pass this angle. So that one is 113.3, and then, like I said, in order to get back up over to where we need to be, this would correct, see the 200 here, 200 EMA from the 69 minute. And at that point, there's still a descending line, still pressure from this dome up top. This one, I'm trying to highlight it there. Well, there's one underneath that. That's the red right there. So what this is here's the 200 on the 69 minute, but this part is where we would get over the 50 EMA on the 4 hour. So even though we come across the top here on the 69 minute over this angle, we still have descending from above the 4 hour 50 EMA. So I'll show you that. So there is the descending 4-hour time frame. And you can see here that that's that pivot point area right there. And notice how these make a like a cross point right there. And that number is that 112,663. So here's price right now. And it needs to swing up here over this daily open, which is this orange dashed line here. And then where I say bulls need this. So you've got this downward pressure that price needs to come up and meet somewhere in here to avoid the fall from the 4-hour time frame to come down below here, because that will push everything beneath this edge of the ellipse. So that's why I have this caution sign here, because even though we come up through here and maybe past that 50 EMA, if we're still underneath this side of this ribbon, we're still at risk because we didn't close over the top of the time frame that's up here at this pivot. So that's why you still have got to do more work to the upside. So let me show you what I mean. Put that back on. So here above that 50 EMA and that pivot point, you have this second one. And that is where, see that 200 EMA? It's right here. So that's why here I have BJ's green line right here, 115,261. That's the reason, because we have got to come up through here, and our candles need to close up and over this pivot in order for us to have expansion upwards. So there's where we at there. And so we've got this curve to deal with. That's where that fell. And then you have to rise up and close over that section there. So that's what makes this angle important. Now you have horizontal line right here. 117,069. So that's our goal right there. That corrects the dip from the 4-hour up to the 200 EMA. Now let's see what we have above there. I think that there's a 200 second. No, we're done. Make sure that I don't have it. Yeah. So right here is the 200 MA. It's just above that 200 EMA. So that line there is 116,284. So I think I have 116,289. Let me look. $116. Okay, so here's the 116,069, but we need a little bit higher, so that must be this one right there. Yeah, 116.7. So that 200 MA is just above or just below here. So this is that section would get us over that 200 MA. So that's why you need this 117,069, because then that gets you over this tip up here for that. Okay. So there we go. Now let's go back and see how we're doing if we got over that valley. Not quite. but we're still over this line, which is good. And so we need to come up over here. So we went forward a little too much before we exploded up. So let's see what happens if we come down now. If we can't close over this, we're going to come down to this 800 here at like 111.0 and possibly go underneath that 800 there. So if that happens, that means that 4 hour is going to come down a little bit more, and we'll dig out from underneath a little bit. So if this moves sideways, let's say we come down here just below 111 and hit this. Look at the trajectory of this 800. So even if price comes underneath it, it has the opportunity to come back up through it.
Emad, you got an open mic.
Oh,
Hi,
shit.
Emad. You're okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. How you
Oh.
been?
Oh, all right. I was just watching the chart and listening to you guys talk, and I didn't know I had the mic on.
That's okay. You're jamming out. I was
Playing my
listening to music a little while ago.
oh.
All right, so we missed that attempt on that 5 EMA. So let's see if we can come back around and try again.
Let's hope that we found the bottom. We just continue on back where we were. I'm tempted to add to my long here, but I don't know.
Maybe good to wait a little bit longer for some confirmation, but I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, we really don't have to wait too long for confirmation. Just like this little area here. The 111.3 is real pivotal. And then, of course, this 200. Oh, he mad.
Oops.
You all right, buddy?
I fell asleep.
Yeah, I heard.
You heard the snores.
I remember that there was
Oh
one
my
night you were
God.
sleeping for so long, and I tried for like 3 hours to get you up because your mic was.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
that
I
was about a
passed
year
out.
ago.
I'm not
Yeah.
even ready for bed yet.
Oh, well, you better have some
Yeah.
rest.
I'm not tired.
Oh no, not at all.
No, I'm not. I swear I'm not tired.
Well, sometimes you can get a lot of energy in a little cat nap.
I got a medical condition.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to laugh at you.
It causes me to pass out. Forgot what it was called.
Narcolepsy?
Yeah, that.
Mhm. Yeah. That's a
Sucks.
real deal. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Yeah. So I can't drive anywhere unless I'm like completely energized.
I can imagine.
It's all right. Gotta focus this time. No passing out. Mic off, mic off. Yes, I do snore very loudly. I smoked for like 26 years straight, and I quit now over a
I
year.
remember you when you were quitting, and that was wonderful.
Yeah, I did it. It's gone. I don't even crave it anymore now.
Happy, happy, happy. That's wonderful.
Yeah. That bought me a couple more years of life.
All right, we're
Trying to-
attempting what?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
Little shot at this 50 again. It'd be like, oh, well, let's see. We tried a little bit here. We didn't get over it. Here we did. Came back down. Here we did again. So now let's see if the third time's a charm to be able to come on up through that 200.
Yeah, who knows? Like I said, I'm tempted to add to my long, but I'm already kind of hefty in it. I think I better leave it alone.
Here we are up and over it. Let's see if we have some follow through. So we'll want to see that 5 EMA cruise on up with the price, and it needs to get past this point, 111,304. You see, and cut underneath, and that way it'll establish this move and won't just fall through again, you know.
How was the stock market today?
I believe, let me just take a look. The Dow was up 0.30%.
Oh. Okay. Good.
NASDAQ was up 0.44%. Gold 0.07%. It's 34.35. Russell 2000 0.83% up.
So
S&P 0.41%.
Okay. It's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
If you think it matters. I think it does. I mean, trying to remember the last time that the stock market was dumping and Bitcoin was pumping.
So let's see here. Morgan Stanley says something. I'm going to check this out. Morgan Stanley has changed its forecast regarding a potential Federal Reserve interest rate cut next month.
Oh,
See what they're changing.
is it?
Probably.
It's up to 99%.
Oh, he's let's see. We could have risk stagflation. Okay, so Morgan Stanley now forecasts 2.25% cuts in 2025. One would come in September, the other in December. Morgan Stanley also forecasts quarterly 0.25% interest rates in 2026, bringing the benchmark interest rate to 2.75%. Oh, from 2.75 to 3%. That's a shift from its previous view that the central bank would stay on hold until March of 2026 and cut more aggressively thereafter. Alrighty, so that's that. Okay, and here we are at 111,320. So now we need over 111,426.
And I'm invested in the SCHB and SCHD. I'm thinking about kind of splitting my investment money into both of those. Is this generally a good idea?
I'm thinking that was an open mic situation. Not sure, but I think so.
I think so.
All right, this candle is making some progress, but we haven't wicked up to it yet. There we go. All right, we got it. Ooh-ha. All right, so now we want to see this 5 EMA come from underneath and close over the top of that. And then we want the 13 to come and do the same thing. And then, of course, the 50 EMA needs to do the same thing. So as we round the corner and go up here, the 200 will remain fairly level. And meanwhile, we'll wait for these moving averages to come up through them. So if you can see this trajectory here on the 50 EMA, we will want to see it continue to rise and then cut through this number, which is 111,426. If it doesn't, then it would get like a rollover effect, and then we'll come back to this spot right here, about 111.3, possibly down to this green line, 111.2, if we can't hold this.
Did you get a nice entry?
I did.
All right.
And I got a nice entry on XRP and on Crow and on World Liberty Financial and all kinds of stuff.
Or did you get Crow before it made that move?
I got it just after. I did not get the full move, but enough.
Oh.
Isn't World Liberty Financial coming out tomorrow?
It is coming out September 1st on
September.
yeah.
1st.
Yep. September 1st.
How did you get in on that then already?
Because BTCC is doing a pre-market. So if you use BTCC, you can go there and start trading it now. It's currently at 26.2606 cents. 2612 now. The high today, 24-hour high was 2732. The 24-hour low was 2550. I had Crow on spot. I've had Crow on spot for years now. So I guess I did get that, but not on leverage.
There you go. Yeah, it's interesting. It just before we turned around, it just started going like it knew.
So Crow has announcements. That's what happened there. Let me see if I can pull that up again. Seems to me I got an email. That's where okay, let's see. Okay, so it says, dear valued customer, we would like to share with you the latest big news involving Crow, Yorkville Acquisition Corp. Trump Media and Technology Group Corporation and Crypto.com announced that they have entered into a definitive agreement for business combination to establish Trump Media Group Crow Strategy Incorporated, which is a digital asset treasury company focused on the acquisition of Crow. At the close of the business combination, Trump Media Group Crow Strategy Incorporated would be the first and largest publicly traded Crow treasury company, as well as what we believe to be the largest digital asset treasury company to asset market cap ratio in history. So that was their announcement.
Trump Crow.
Yeah, and then the Trump coin is going to be filing, or it did file for an ETF on, yes. Remember a while ago I was telling you about that they were talking about listing it on, shoot, what was it? Tron. But anyway, they have, let me tell you.
Is it over 10?
Not yet. So I bought that today again too. I have it on spot, but I bought some on leverage. So let me just share with you what that is. Right now it's $8.42.3.
Seems to be holding down there all right.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to go below 7.
No, but we've got on a 4-hour time frame. It's at the bottom of its structure, and the 200 MA is at the top, and then the 800 is still descending. So it's, it's likely to come down a little bit further, have a little more pressure. Let's see how the 5-minute's doing. The 5-minute is squeezing pretty good here. All the moving averages are clustered. So, we can either see a move down from here underneath that 200. They are so tight together, it's insane. Let's see here. Yeah, so the 800 EMA is at the top there, and there's resistance at 844.80. So then to correct the 5-minute time frame, we need to see 850.32. And then to get over the dip at 867.7. Okay, so the ETF is register statement under the Securities Act of 1933, Canary Trump Coin ETF. CO Canary Capital Group LLC. Approximate date of commencement of proposed sale to the public as soon as practicable after the effective date of this registration statement. So Canary Capital filed to launch Trump ETF. The other thing is that USDC is coming soon to the XDC network in a collaboration with XDC Foundation. What that means is that the trusted digital dollar-backed one-to-one by US dollars, access to XDC apps and services for trade finance, RWA settlement, DeFi, and more. So that is an announcement from XDC. And XDC is in collaboration with the foundation bringing the world's largest regulated stablecoin and seamless cross-chain transfers to XDC to power trade finance, RWA, and settlement. That is the same thing. Oh, for Circle and for USDC. So Circle. Let's see. So that would mean that Circle is stating that USDC and cross-chain transfer protocol version 2 are coming soon to the XDC network. So the coin, or let's see, this CCTPV version 2 has World Chain, Hyperliquid, SEI Network, and Sonic, and so they're adding XDC to it. So to me, that's fairly bullish for XDC. So I guess we could go over what those different chains are used for, what their strategy is. So XDC deals with real world assets and trade tokenization. And SEI is high frequency DeFi trading, and MEV and Sonic is NFT, gaming, and L2 velocity. WorldChain deals with human ID, WorldCoin ecosystem, and then Hyperliquid is derivatives and perpetual DEX strategies. All right, we're coming back to try to get over this 50 EMA on the 5 minute now. Let's see what we're doing on the 1 minute. We're nearly over the top of that 200, just about. There we go. And now you see how close the 5 and the 13 are from this 200. And so right now, right then, you saw the 5 EMA pop through the 200 EMA line. Oh, it's not quite all the way through. Almost. So if you're interested in Solana, Solana is nearly broken out of the 4-hour time frame. We're at 199.19 currently, and 5 EMA is at, let's see what 5 MA at 194.24, so we're above it, and we just need to close over $213. Let's see, I think the 30 minutes is got some resistance. Actually, no, it's okay. It's above. It's above the 200. So it really just has to break up over the top of the Bollinger Band. 199.67. So we need to see if the 1 minute can rise up over its moving averages. That's where we're at now on it, and hold above its midline. The 50 EMA is down underneath us at $1.97. All right, so the daily on Solana is a little bit trapped underneath its 5 moving MA5. So that is at 199.51. So this candle could be the day for Solana.
We're still looking at your Bitcoin, Jay.
Oh, sorry.
Screen.
Actually, I don't have a Solana chart ready to show, so I could go to
never
ETH.
mind.
But anyway, I just wanted
That's
to
okay.
alert you on Solana.
I just didn't know if you were on a different screen and hadn't switched it over.
Yep. Yeah, that happens to me so often, so I appreciate you saying that. So do we want to check ETH or do we want to watch Bitcoin a little more?
ETH, we watch Bitcoin enough.
All right. So I'll move over to ETH. Bitcoin needs to hold this level above 111,250. All right, so Ethereum is doing not terribly bad here. See, here's the 200 EMA, made its dip right there, and now you see that this loop right here, and now price is up over that, and it's over the 5 EMA and the 13, and we're headed towards this angular right there, and that puts us right at the daily open, and then up above 48 or 46.58 is our next resistance line right here. Ethereum looks good here. Here's 4 hour. You got 5 EMAs coming up through the 13 right there. It pivoted over this angular here. This is the pivot right there. So we're over that. And so now we're just looking to break this resistance line up here, 46.58.93. And then we have a little bit of a gap to return there. This line there would be 49.58.77. And then so my target up there is 49.78.13. All right, so let's go back now to the 5 minutes, see what we're doing. Okay, at 5 minutes trying to find support on the 5 EMA. It's not got anything left over the top here. Let's see. I don't think. Here's your 200 MA on the bottom. And there's the 50 MA. So that's a pretty bullish setup right there if we can hold this and not fall underneath that 50 at 45.73.97. So let's see. We'll shoot this up here. This. Okay, I think we got this set up here for next few hours anyway. Our target on the upside here is 46.20. And more bullish target would be, let's see. I think maybe 46.20 might be, let's see, 46.39, 46.59. So that 58 is probably pretty realistic, but we have to hold above 45.70. It looks like it's going to test this now. So might be going for this 800 here shortly. And then the 200 is below the 800, the 200 EMA. And then you see here's the 200 MA. I'm on the 5-minute chart. So if we roll over, it's possible to breach this bottom section here. So if we don't hold this midline. So the immediate more bullish target would have to be to come over this angular here, and that is 45.8509 within the next little bit. Let's see, here's this candle, the next one opens up in at 11:10. This is 5 minutes. Okay, 11:10 right here, and this is 11:20. Yeah, so we don't want to break this on 11:20, so we want this from here to here. All right, so I'll put a line right there. That'll help. So this is our 11:30, 11:45. Yeah. What is this? 5 minute? So here's 1 minute. You see how this is now the angular resistance line under the underside, and now we've crossed underneath the 200, which gets us underneath the 5 minute descending angular, right? So that makes this point right here, the zero line that I drew, susceptible to be breached, and then to come underneath the midline. So this this point right here is critical. This 45.6996. We don't want to fall underneath there, and it's coming close right now. And there we got a wick. Let's see if it stops right here. But that next candle opened up in a pretty nice way, but we got to get across this angular. See this? See how this edge is still underneath there? The wick here is over the top. There we go. So now we're over the top. Oh, back down. So a little indecision here. All right, so let's look out 15 minutes and see what we got. All right, so the 15-minute is pushing it against its 5 EMA. So the 50 is here. So you see how we got this descending and this ascending. So we're under resistance in this area right there in this triangle.
What's good, team?
Yo.
Slow day, huh?
Waiting to see if this holds, right?
What's going on, Rajesh? Yeah, so far so good. Like Wales had plenty of time to flush if that was the plan. My target's the same that it's been all week, guys. CME gap. Right now, we just seem to be range bound, so. Nah, we haven't made much progress at all. Excuse me. I mean, we're up off the bottom, so that's good. But until we break out of the top of this visible range, we haven't really done a whole lot of anything. Bunch of sideways. Yeah, I'm taking my meds and everything. Yeah, Crow had a great day. Yeah, it was my little cousin. Little cousin had her first baby. Sorry about the flashbang. I don't know where the hell my chart is. Go. Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. This is where you turn around now, Bitcoin. This is that range we were talking about earlier. If we end up chopping around in this range, we're going to drag this point of control up right here. That'll go a long way to give us some support.
Oh yeah. Picking up that pace. Solana back over $200. It's like it never went under. I'm all in. Let's go. I'll be right back.
That worked out pretty nicely right there. It's beautiful. And Ethereum. Did anybody trade that? Besides me? Come on now, I know somebody did.
Let's just say I've been investing in that instead of trading that.
I got
Yeah.
some spot.
Yeah, you have been.
I've been buying but not selling.
Yep. Good thing.
So is that considered trading if you're not selling, if you're just buying?
At some point you'll trade, won't you?
I don't know.
You're gonna hold it
Who knows?
till it's 25 grand because it might be.
I think I want to see a scenario where Bitcoin's under 100K and Ethereum's over 10K.
Ooh.
Like Ethereum 11K, Bitcoin 98K.
Or they both could be up there. Ethereum could be 10K and Bitcoin could be
No,
140.
we need to go for Bitcoin's neck. No more love. We're going in for the kill. The flippening shall happen.
You're back to your Bitcoin's going to zero and
Yep.
yeah. I went through a Bitcoin's going to zero phase, but I'm not there anymore.
All right,
Although
Bitcoin's gonna hang out, but I'm just saying
You're not?
Ethereum's gonna hang out a little bit longer.
I'm surprised. I remember the TA you gave for Bitcoin, BJ.
Thank
many
you.
years ago.
Yes. And it played out, didn't it?
Huh?
You remember that day I messaged you and I said Bitcoin's going to 80,000 and and you were like, "What the heck?"
All kinds of levels.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember the Bitcoin to zero theory.
You said you don't remember, or you did?
No, I do.
Yeah.
You're really worried about it.
Well, I think what I was doing was seeing that there's the way it moves, that there's a possibility unless they, and that was the reason why I started to think, oh, I wonder if the government knows there's something up and they're doing these ETFs for a reason and da 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 da. And you never know. Because Bitcoin's the big boy playground, you know. Anyway, I won't talk about all that.
Slowly working my way back up, building my bag.
Awesome.
Yeah, I got liquidated again last night or something. Yesterday.
Last night?
Whenever the huge dip happened the second time, yeah, it took me out.
Ooh.
So I start again.
Well.
So yeah, here we go. Consistent little small wins. $1 at a time.
So here's the thing. I took $1.03, $1.03, and I now have $27.90. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not bad.
It's easier to scalp when you just go by percentage. You're just like, oh, dang, this is up 50%. It could be like a penny, whatever, you know.
So you can grow money pretty quickly if you're smart about it, you know, and take profit.
I was watching a video of a bunch of traders that were caught live in bad trades, and one of them was of Sato, and he's up 100K when Bitcoin was at 19. It like was breaking 19K at the time, and he's up 100K. It was just big old strong candle, and then the SPY turns around on bad news and Bitcoin turns around whatever, and it completely, the next 1 minute candle engulfs the other candle and then liquidates him. And he had been in it. He had been in the position for a while because price wasn't even near his entry, and then he goes up from being up 100K to losing 36K.
Well, that's amazing. So you know, that's not, it's not out of the whatever. Because here's the thing. When I was coming back from Minnesota, I was up $3,900, right? And I went into McDonald's because the girls needed breakfast, right? It was early morning. So here I look at my phone, I walk in the door of McDonald's, and as I'm at the order counter, it hits and it goes up, and I'm in profit $3,900. And I went to finish paying. I look back at my phone, and that $3,900 was now like $800. I mean, it went that fast. So I believe it. It's like, oh, it's crazy. Yep, you can just watch it go shoot like a balloon, deflate. So life gets in the way sometimes. You can't push your button fast enough. $3,900, and then I just ended up with $8.
Dang, yeah, it happens that quick for sure.
It can't, yeah. It's just nuts
And
sometimes.
with McDonald's, wasn't even like rush, you know, it wasn't like sushi or or a nice
No,
steak or
no,
something.
no,
That's
nothing.
what-
Just going in there and ordering food, turn and look at my phone, there it went. That's it. I mean, luckily that was just unrealized, unrealized gains, but that I never realized. I didn't lose principal, but but to watch that happen and that, oh, just the circumstances were awful. So yeah, you can get wrecked in a small amount of time.
Might be early, but I closed my so long. Just look, doing small positions and then taking it, and then re-entering, taking it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the, this is gonna go way higher. Stay in it. I'm
So
not
are
doing
you
it
taking
anymore.
it like at a certain percentage? Are you taking it when it hits like a 50% or 100%, or what do you?
Not so much by percentages, but yes, in a way, I'm adding that mixed with small 5-minute measured moves or 15-minute measured moves. Like see what my mistake was is I was waiting for 1 hour measured moves, and then I'd be longing, and it's just like, well, I'm missing out on a lot of little tiny ones that I could
Right.
get. And then
Right.
sometimes they just turn around on you, and then you're
Yeah.
like, oh crap. And it's because of all those 1, 3, 5, 7, 10-minute time frames of those EMAs
Yeah.
like clashing. So yeah,
Yeah.
now I'm just like trying something new today. Just today? But you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, you do. Yep. Find what
Wasn't
works.
working. That hasn't been working the last 5 years, PJ. So
Yeah, well, something worked for you to build that position up like you did. It's just unfortunate what happened.
Oh, the other one? Yeah. No, well, that was a spot bag. That wasn't leverage. So really the only TA I did for that one was knowledge of being at the right place at the right time, listening to the right Twitter space,
Mm-hmm.
and being early, extremely early, day 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you immersed yourself into that pretty heavily and into that knowledge and
That's
base.
true. I was gone for like 6 months
Yeah.
off all YouTube channels.
Trader.
But you increased your knowledge so much during that period of time. Expanded your what do you call it? Your breadth of knowledge.
Yeah. It would. I journaled last night about everything that had been on my head. I needed to get it out of there and on paper, just not typing it, not venting on any live chat, just me and my piece of paper and my pen.
Did you draw stars around the tear stains?
More like galaxies, they were so large.
I'm dead. ETH is staging inside a shit ton of old POCs and value areas. Gonna be a nice attempt at all-time high when we take it.
I was watching, or looking around on YouTube, and a lot of the other accounts that I follow, and just seeing where they're at. People that I've been following for a long time that are also in the stock market, and there's a lot of people that are longing and have calls and are expecting Nvidia to do really well. I guess their earnings is on Wednesday,
I
and
think it's tomorrow. Yeah.
yeah, tomorrow. So there's calls for that. They've got calls on Bitcoin, or they're long on Bitcoin. Calls on NASDAQ, SPY, looking for all-time highs this week. Dovish with rate cut in September. I don't know if that's everyone's sentiment, but it was a few people that I saw. And I guess we're all kind of bullish right now. So
Bullish with caution, I would say.
My thesis hasn't changed.
how did the daily candle do for today after it closed
Good.
on Bitcoin?
Good. Out of the
Yeah.
trouble zone, yeah. We'll see what the weekly candle looks like. Weekly and monthly is coming up, so
Was it enough to pull any of the EMAs over the 50?
it was and this
The
is the
daily hit.
imaginary candle that I drew for the weekly here. What I wanted to see for the weekly. Let's see a weekly that looks like that. Right, bodied above 112, wick down to 109, and the weekly we currently have looks like you know, pretty close. Pretty damn close. All we gotta do is close above. I drew this out when this weekly candle was closing, just like magic wanding the perfect weekly candle, what it would look like. So that means we need to close above 112 in the next 4 days. We can come all, we can do whatever we want in this week. As long as we close above 112 in 4 days, I'll be happy.
Is there any historical price action that during this time of the bull cycle and previous cycles that have it that close like that you can remember?
That close to what?
The 13 and the 50
Oh.
on the weekly. I was just thinking if it was like any
Yeah,
other
let
bull
me see
cycle.
on the daily, because I know the 13 was crossing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've had the flips before when it's really volatile. We go to old tops. And had a tiny little flip there. This is the one that stands out. Big drop, 13 cross, couple of daily candles, and we were back above and out of there
Yeah, I'd like
in like a big way.
something like that.
Yeah.
Does that match M2?
M2 looks good. I mean, M2 is still up and to the right from where we are. It's not until, let's put this on the proper offset. Actually, 100 is a decent offset. It's not until beginning of October that we get the drop on M2. What I'm really focused on is what happens over here. We take out these highs, or do we roll over? I don't like how like round the top is. Looks like it just wants to. But we've got time to see. Right now we're good if we look at our correlation. We don't have to guess. Let's see what the best correlation is. Pretty decent, 28% in the last 30 days, 63 in the last 60, bunch of 92s. And it puts our peak right here. You see the peak and you see the dip. Right? So that's what we'd be looking for from here. I think this peak is here. I think this dip is right here. So as far as global liquidity goes, we're good. Now, if whales decide to use that liquidity to keep short ladder attacking this shit, then it's not going to mean much. So basically, what we need to figure out is the war over? Right? Are those aggressive sells? Have they already repositioned? Are they good money now? Or are they still feeling greedy? Me, honestly, I think they're good. I mean, they could have attacked us anytime in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, and dropped it further with sentiment where it was.
If the smart money knows about 4-year cycles, why would they still be buying at these levels, knowing the bear market would be coming?
For the last little explosive. Remember, these people are used to legacies, used to 5%, 10% gains, 15% gains, 20% gains. Is like, oh, they're taking the yacht out for the weekend on a 20% gain. So one thing they love more than money is sure money. One thing they love more than sure money is sure money that gets you yield. So Ethereum right now is like perfect in their eyes, right? How they see it. Sol right now is perfect in their eyes. I can buy it, hold it, get a couple 100% and get yield for the next 3-4 months until the next quarter. Easy.
I guess I'm just used to making those like fairly large percentages all the time.
We
but
get
it's just
spoiled. We're
smaller.
super spoiled over here. Super spoiled over here.
Really
It
using
is
a lot of
not
my
like that on Legacy.
Nope.
Not only with percentages, but dollar amounts. You hear something like a number like 3 billion, 4 billion, and we're like, bah, you know, like we're used to circulating supplies in the quadrillions and like just numbers that regular people do not deal with, right? It numbs you to how much $1 billion really is, much less $1 trillion. You hear people say, oh, we're just going to add 10, 12 trillion to the market cap. It's like, bro, do you realize how much money that is? It's a lot of money.
Come on, Dbloc. We know you got that in your couch cushions at home. You're not fooling anybody.
That'd be one hell of a couch.
Still let JD Vance come over to that couch. Likes couches a bit too much.
I like pulling these out every once in a while. I can still find them. Look at this. This is what $1 trillion looks like. Right? It's 100, 10,000, little 10 stack, million, 100 million, a billion, three and a half of these were wiped out the other day in liquidations. This is $1 trillion. How insane that is.
Mm-hmm.
This $100 million stack right here is right there.
I just realized how sick it is to be short because that means my money stack's gonna look even bigger.
We're crossing this number here. Looks good.
So yeah, I'm talking about lots of money.
Yeah, I appreciate you putting that in perspective.
It's
Dbloc,
easy to
would you
lose
say
track of it.
would you say wiped out or transferred?
Yeah,
Reallocated.
repositioned. Went to a new home.
That's funny.
You see that where the debt had surged $1 trillion in like the last 48 days?
It's nuts, bro. It's the numbers are so big that it just doesn't mean anything to anybody anymore. Right? It's just too. It's like at some point, what's the difference? Here's another one.
Hey, I got a philosophical question. Maybe it's a philosophical question, but I would want to think theoretically that someone who has that much money made good decisions in their life. Okay, so
In a perfect world, yeah.
yeah, did something right to get that money and they would lose it on a bad trade. Like, it just doesn't add up to me. Like, I know I'm not seeing the big picture, but it's just like, wow, like what were you like, what are you thinking?
Easy
By
come,
good
easy
decisions, you
go.
mean successful?
Easy come,
Successful
easy go,
decisions?
man.
Yo, Dbloc,
Yeah.
those numbers are they leverage numbers or are they pure dollar for dollar though? Sometimes I feel like they're levered.
It's yeah, but yeah, they're levered accounts. Yeah, yeah. We would be in a big problem if it was just dollar for dollar. So look,
Yeah.
$1 million stacks up to the top of a chair. One single stack, top of a chair. $1 billion is the top of the Burj Khalifa, world's largest building. The difference that is just alone.
Mm-hmm.
$1 trillion takes you to the space station.
I've held $1 million cash before. It's really heavy.
Mm.
Like 18 pounds.
Yeah,
I don't really know the
it was really hard
poundage,
to
but
run with that much money, huh?
Yep.
you need both hands. It could be more, maybe 35 or 50 pounds. It's
They were gonna
pretty
say you made it like 35 feet before you got tased.
Are you saying I should rob banks just for the exercise? I'm joking.
I mean, people do get pretty big in jail. You know?
Yeah.
You end
I
up
was
getting
hoping I'd get big
swollen in jail.
before, so then I'd have a smooth ride in there. You know what I mean?
I guess it depends on the situation. I had to escort $500,000 to a warlord in Afghanistan, and when you're around soldiers who make $16,000 a year and they're putting their life on the line, you don't have to worry about the enemy. You have to worry about your friends.
Bro, I felt big just holding five
Yeah, I
figures.
feel you,
You know
right?
what I mean?
Whole platoon fell in a trap. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, dude. Everybody's sweating it, looking at each other.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, that happens here too, man. You just, it's not as prevalent.
Like
I
the way
always
that
think about when people talk about, like, they talk about going to like Thailand or something because your money is so much more valuable. I'm like, yeah, but like, how comfortable are you bringing enough to stay long enough, right?
So I was going to say that a similar thing earlier, that it's kind of all relative. And the example that I think back on is when I worked in Palm Beach in a store on Worth Avenue. And if you know anything about Worth Avenue, you know the kind of store I'm talking about. And I had a customer come in with her granddaughter, and she bought a bow for her hair. The bow was $80. This was back some almost 30 years ago. I mean, it's a long time ago. So $80 for a bow that, to me looked like a bow for her hair that I would spend maybe $3 or $2. You know what I'm saying? So it's relative, right? So what you spend your money on, is, in other words, that stack that somebody lost 30 grand on in a trade, if you lost $30, it's kind of the same thing, right? It's relative.
Yeah, it hurts the same.
Yeah.
We've
I would say
it's happened to
I would-
everybody here. You
Right.
don't even have to have money. I guarantee you, each one of y'all, when you lost your first dollar in a trade, or first $10 in a trade, it ruined your day. And then after a
Yeah.
while, that doesn't really sting anymore, right? Like now you have to lose 100, and then you're like, oh, and then that turns into 1,000, and then that turns into
Yeah,
10.
dude.
You know what I mean? And then before you know it,
right.
you're down 5 digits, and you're not even sweating it, and you're like, wait a minute, I might be a little bit desensitized
Yeah,
to
desensitized is a
money,
good word.
you know?
Or not respecting it.
Yeah.
Because when you have to work for hours just to, build uh, your position up to where you're 10 times or whatever, and it takes you a long time, you start respecting the trade more.
Yeah, I got a little too desensitized to unrealized because
Yes.
it's interesting because I remember you saying that years ago, Dbloc, and I was like,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, right. Like one day I'm gonna get used to losing
Yeah,
hundreds
that's a
of dollars.
problem I look
Okay.
forward to having to, to worry about later.
But it's progressed though, so now I'm numb to losing hundreds. Now I'm numb to losing thousands. But the 5 figure, like that one, I felt. But what I used to do when I would lose a trade is I would tell myself like, hey, you have a full-time job. So how long each day you work 8 hours a day, and how much money do you make? Okay. So I either do it
Yeah,
like that,
your hourly chart versus yeah.
or
Sorry.
I'll make myself like go deliver for Uber Eats, and I'll make all those drives and all those deliveries for $5, $6. I'm like, dang man, that's so much
So instead of
freaking
revenge trading, you're revenge delivering. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
so that's how I like feel it. I go, yeah, let's see how long it takes to make this, see how much energy it takes to make this, see how much money it costs, and what your ROI is on this stupid poop, to make me feel it, to get
Just do your
sensitized
per
back to it.
hours, man. And I've been saying it for a while, but just do your per hours. Been in the trade for 15 minutes, you're up $300. Do the per hour on that. I think the problem is that people don't have confidence. So they don't look at it like, oh shit, I just made $300 per hour. I can take this and I'll just do it again. It's like, no, I got in a trade that went good. This was probably luck. I suck. I don't think I'll be able to do it again. Let me hold on to this trade for as long as I possibly can. because who knows when the next time I'm gonna get lucky is. I think that's what a lot of people's problems are. They don't have confidence in their ability to do it again.
Yeah, that happens to me sometimes.
I mean, but when does it stop? Like, for example, you can lose more money by buying a Tesla truck early on as an early adopter if you just would have waited a year and a half and it was 50% off. Like, there's so many places to lose potential money, and yet you don't, someone doesn't get mad. Well, maybe you might get mad if this Tesla truck went on a huge discount 6 months down the road, but you're kind of like, well, I got my Tesla truck, I'm happy with it. So you play mind games with yourself. Like, where does it? It's just not in crypto. I mean, it happens like when you're selling your house, buying a TV right before Labor Day and you paid 30% more. Like, there's all these places where we have opportunity to make stupid mistakes.
Well,
Yeah.
a lot of times people don't make strategic purchases, like you're saying, if you just waited a little while to buy your TradingView package at the, what do you call it, Black Friday event, you'd save yourself a whole lot of money. Or like in the TV, buy it when it's, when the season for buying TVs is there, or anything, wait for the sale.
I mean,
It's like,
but I sold a rental right before the market like pumped, and I'm proud of my purchase of my main house, but I lost like more than I've ever lost in crypto just by selling too soon. So I guess crypto gets a hard rap for people getting completely destroyed, but there's so many other places to get destroyed.
Yeah,
well, you're talking
I
about opportunity cost is what you're saying, that
Yeah, yeah.
you would have had a better opportunity had you studied the market a little longer.
Yep.
Yeah, I think about that a lot. Like for years, I wrecked myself on good food and good drinks, right? And I'm not complaining. I have no regrets, but I do think about what that tree would look like if I had started investing even then, or at least taken $5 off the meal. I really liked what you were saying, Tana, about going and delivering, because like you're like regrounding yourself in what price versus what your time is generally valued at outside of trading, right? That's something really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going back.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'll go in the shop and I'll work on a commission project to try to reverse some stupid move I made on Coinbase.
There was a guy who did he would make like pallet furniture, like really expensive pallet furniture. And one of the things I liked about his videos is every single video, every piece that he did, he would do a breakdown of like how much time it took him, what the material costs were for like the little extras that he did to make it nicer, and then what that would be in comparison to if he was working as a normal carpenter and stuff like that, which I thought that was a really cool thing. But somebody told me a long time ago that money, because money is an asset that has the intent, right, to or that is it's a form of channeling energy, right? And it's a symbolic thing, but because it has a function to serve, that money likes to flow to the hands that best use it most, right? And whether that's not, I'm not saying esoterically money's conscious. I think it's more of a like this is kind of how the function of capitalism is meant to work, at least, is that if you are good at generating and accumulating and good with risk mitigation, that it's going to come back to you more, as long as you keep yourself in balance with that, right? And so sometimes that desensitization is definitely bad. I'm not like saying you should not be aware of it, but I do also wonder if that's also just like a marker sometimes of growth too.
Yes. like Dbloc was saying about your confidence, if you aren't confident in what you're doing, you're going to be tentative in executing your trades. And that tentativeness can cost you in your profit taking and in your risk mitigation, because you will sit there and you'll be hesitant about closing a bad trade or about closing a good trade in profit. It's the same thing. You have to have that confidence to say, I know where this line is and I darn well better respect it. And you need to execute on that.
And like
Yeah.
it's not gonna be the last trade. Like
That's true too.
there's always another trade. There's always another trade. People have this. I think the reason that the second bull market is easier for some people is because they get that thing out of their mind that every pump is gonna be the one that 10x's. You know what I mean? Like in people's first bull market, when they're in and there's green candles, they're like, yeah, but what if? You know what I mean? Like, what if this is the candle that takes us to Valhalla? What if I get out of this now and it doesn't retrace and all that hesitation? It's like that should cost you money.
Well, and that's sort of like shedding the emotion too, right? And shedding the fear, or at least you're kind of being more neutral to the fear and the greed. Yeah.
It goes to what I was saying about confidence, right? Because if you felt confident, then it wouldn't matter. You gotta, if you're wrong and it keeps going, you get back in. No harm, no foul, right? But it's like the anxiety that comes with starting a new trade and finding a new setup, and you know, and then it's like, oh, you get that analysis paralysis, and then you just end up round tripping.
And that's why you end up starting an OnlyFans called vikingfoot.com.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man.
We're not
Get it how you get it,
you
right?
can't show your OnlyFans here, bro. Nobody go to that.
It's not a thing, trust me.
It probably is somewhere.
Oh, it's
Unfortunately,
probably a thing. It might not be yours, but it's probably a thing.
Yeah, I will say that that's interesting. Like what we were talking about with the confidence thing, because I'm still not confident to like that my technical analysis is that great, or like I've still missed a lot. I still take a lot of L's, but overall, like I'm a lot less anxious on the next trade. Like I'm quicker, I think, at adjusting my bias too. So it doesn't always play in my favor, but it's playing in my favor a lot more. And yeah, uh, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that until you guys said something. So
I mean, most of my losses lately have been in fees. My net, I'm up, but when I looked at my fees, I was just like, you doofus. Like that hesitation or that lack of confidence definitely, if I felt something was going wrong, I would get out. But then I would get back in and then I would go up with the trade. But I just realized I just spent, I made 2 trades I didn't have to make.
yeah, it's that tunnel vision sometimes, right? And it's like it starts moving fast. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, because I like Dbloc, and we've said this a million times, over analysis paralysis. Like, I still suffer from that today. Like when you say Dbloc, when you say like, well, you got out and it goes up, and you're like, okay, I'll just get back in. Dude, I cannot get back in because then it violates another rule of mine, is to not buy green candles. So I can't get back in, so I watch it go up without me.
Yeah. I mean,
Sometimes I feel
guess
like
I make it. I don't want to oversimplify it because I know it's hard to do, and it's easier, the longer that you trade for. But yeah, easier said than done. Super chat. Yeah, I'll take a look at Sui, man. Give me a second. See what Sui's doing. officially uptrending. Right, lower highs, lower lows. Still inside of our bull flag. We held that 200, right? This was the range that we wanted to hold. 200, SR flip. Now it's breakout time. Now we want to get out of here pretty quickly, right? Because if we start to chill for too long, we're gonna put a little bullish channel, a bearish channel in. So when we pop here, we want to get above 5. Like we want to get, 550. We want to get target 1. If we reject off of the top of this channel, then we're gonna have bears shooting for the bottom, and we come back to 3-4. We don't want to do all that. But we've got 3 bullish targets that are still active. All 3 measured moves are still active. Very nice. After this, once we get into all-time high, and we're talking about when we get into all-time high and we're talking about price discovery, then it depends on how crazy it gets. If we go full Labubu market, then you guys hear me in YouTube?
Yeah, I can hear you on there.
Yes.
Somebody tell Ricky to hit live. He must be delayed on the chat or something. So smaller time frames though, man. We go in on the hourly. Right? We held the support once, twice, 3 times. Very good. Now, crawling out of here is the next target, right? Above the 50, we put all of these EMAs behind us, then we could start talking about a breakout in the next couple days. Psychological range is above, right? Should be a good week here. Only thing that could screw this up, guys, if Nvidia earnings come in really nasty tomorrow. But if they at least meet expectations, we should be good. All our market maker sort of targets are above.
Do you know what expectations are by chance?
I'm not sure. Let me check.
Oh, I just watched it on a video.
Yeah, I was watching. What I remember somebody saying was that they shouldn't be hard to meet. But that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, they should hit. That's what I was hearing also. It's their forward guidance that's always like up in the air.
Dumb, if they just put some Bitcoin on the books, they wouldn't have to worry about these things. Yeah, I'm looking worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, they meet expectations, but the base case is that they exceed. The problem, you know what the problem with that is, though, right? Problem with that is even if they just meet expectations, then it might be seen as a shortfall. Right? When expectations get too high, even good earnings can get reacted to negatively because they weren't as good, as people were expecting.
Is EPS, is that earnings per share?
Yeah.
Okay. Just doing my research now.
Since you did Sui, could you do deep real quick? Macro?
Where is deep? My bad. Deep. Oh, messy. So I haven't invalidated anything. I retested. But at this point, we can't use the entire bull flag. At least I don't think we can. I think that this thing is stretched out too personally. Meaning that you would just take the measured move from the bullish channel. Not a problem. Our big measured move here comes from the W, not the bull flag, so that's not that big a deal. But you would expect to at least take out the local highs or approach the local highs here. Then once we get to 2.6, that would be our trigger. I think that would be what sends us into price discovery. But to get up there, we got some work to do. First and foremost, getting away from this range. So we hit 50% of that vector twice. And now we're just trying to climb out. Midterm W on the hourly, right? You'd have to get to like 18.8. So you're basically forming a W on your retest of your bull flag. The measured move of the bearish channel would give you your W, the right side of your W. I mean the bullish channel, sorry. And then your W would give you what might be ATH. Taken. Just short. Oh no, ignore that. Just short of the dead cat bounce, basically. So if this then that, right? Bullish channel has to play out to give you the right side of your W. Then your W has to break and hold to give you the right side of your larger W on the daily. And then the break of that would be the bullish trigger that sends you into price discovery.
Dang, it sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, it's got some work to do. And then this would be the measured move if it, this is the measured move if it captures 3 to 5x of the liquidity that comes into SUI. This would be the measured move if it doesn't. Super speculative. Super speculative. More than likely you'll lose all your money and, you know, not financial advice, all that good stuff you're supposed to say.
Thank you.
I've done nothing but add to my deep positions as it's gone down. Just so you know where I'm at with it. But I've also made a shit ton of stupid decisions in my life. And that could very well be one of them. Who knows? But it's not it is proportional to my Sui bag, right? Meaning as long as Sui goes, it doesn't matter what the deep bag does. It's just a beta play on.
I was gonna ask with where you are now. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
I was just gonna ask with where you are now. Do you feel like you have to check your bias less, or you get less analysis paralysis, or is it just that like you are more comfortable in that space, doing that work?
Maybe it's probably just a conviction, right? Like the only bias that I hold is the 4-year cycle, right? I have a bias towards the 4-year cycle playing out, and I have a bias towards greed being the motive 90% of the time. Other than that, I don't really have too many. I don't. I'm fully comfortable with being bullish long term and mega bearish short term. Where I think that's where some people it screws some people up, right? Like you're really, really bullish on the cycle playing out, but in the short term, you're taking profits because you think shit's gonna crash. People can't put those two things in their head. Like have a long-term bag that you're not touching, and then have a short-term bag that you're rushing to get out of. But it's important to do that. Some people are just trading one time frame. Like I'm trading basically all the time frames. I've got a long-term bag that I don't plan on touching for months. That I've got long-term bags that I haven't touched forever, that are just sitting in cold storage. They went up, they went down, they did whatever they did. Then I've got mid-term bags that get shifted every couple months, every couple weeks maybe. And then weekly swing bags, every couple days. And then there's some trades that I'm dealing with on, the 5-minute chart, 10-minute chart. But you've got to keep your bias separate on all of those. Right? Because
I didn't even think about that.
If you're bearish on the 4-hour and the hour, cool. But if the 5 is set up for a quick run, all bearishness on the hour means and bullishness on the 5-minute means that if that 5-minute plays out, your trade is probably going to last less than an hour. Right? So I don't.
Yeah, I didn't even.
I don't not trade the short time frames because the big time frames are looking bad. I just keep it in mind. Okay, the 4-hour looks like it's coming down. 1 hour is decent. 5-hour looks bullish as hell. This is probably going to be a good 2.5, 3-hour trade before shit hits the fan. And I play it like that.
Yeah. I guess I didn't even realize I've been missing out exposure into the market because I generally just do a macro and a micro, and that means I'm missing information. And because that what you said at the end there too, right? Like you're actually increasing your conviction by understanding what's going on in the long term, even if it goes against what you're doing in the short term.
Yeah.
Right? And that allows you to kind of prevent yourself from taking a bigger dip, essentially.
Yeah. You got to keep everything separated. I mean, it's not easy to do, right? And not everybody has the time that it takes to do that either. And you don't have to do that to be a good trader. Some of the people that make the most money in the world are just investors, bro. They just buy at the right time, keep an eye on the charts every once in a while, manage their investments. But this is just how I choose to do it because I have an obsession with like micromanaging shit.
Yeah, you're a min-maxer.
Yeah, I need to it's like a game, right? It's like once it becomes like a game, then it's like, okay, then let's do what we can do here.
Yeah, it does feel like a challenge sometimes, and it really feels good to succeed at that challenge. Yeah.
So, Dbloc, you gonna do some end of the year tax season tutorials also live?
Shit. Nah, y'all are on your own when it comes to taxes, man. Last thing I want to do is give some, the problem is that tax, it's so different for each person, right? Like, there's so many
Yeah.
questions that someone has to ask to be able to give you proper tax guidance, and yeah, nobody's got time to sit here and do that individually for each person. It's a lot. Look, a good tax guy is worth his weight in gold, I promise you. If there's anything I wouldn't skimp on.
Dude, so I know you're gonna be like, no, stay away from that. But I would normally not say this, but the AI ones are getting good, but they're only good when you have the insurance. So if you get the insurance to cover you when you get audited.
Oh, just blame it on the AI. Be like, look, bro, it was year 2 deep seek. Things were kind of crazy back then.
Yeah, but there's services that are flat out saying that they're like, look, we know it can make mistakes, so purchase this package insurance and we'll fight, kind of like what TurboTax does. Like if you buy the extra package, they will discuss it with the agent themselves and handle it for you. I've never been in that situation, so I don't know like if anybody's ever played that out. But they're so confident, they're like, okay, well, you know, we will pay for your audit. We will have someone represent you in your audit. And I think that's a step, right? It's got to be,
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
cool. They're just gonna have that AI represent you in the audit, the same eye that hallucinated that got you into the audit. Nah, but with even with even if you have your own tax guy, right? It doesn't hurt to run all your shit through AI, get a little printout, and take that to your tax guy, and be like, "Look,
Yep.
is there anything to this?" Right? Like tax guys, unless they're really proactive, like they haven't had to learn any new code for how long now? Like there's a lot of new tax code coming in. Not everybody's gonna be on top of their shit. I don't want to I don't want to classify it by age because I'm sure there's plenty of older tax people who stay current, and there's probably plenty of young tax people who are lazy as shit and aren't gonna do it right. But I would probably look for somebody younger that at least has some experience with crypto. At least when
Oh,
you
hell
talk to
yeah.
them about crypto, just make sure their eyes don't like glaze over and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or look at you funny.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Hey all, Dbloc, I was wondering about something. Can you
What's going on,
maybe
brother?
clear it out? It's just all ETH are close to the all-time high, and Bitcoin is only at 111. If Bitcoin goes to 117, uh, will ETH maybe go to 6,000 or something, or is it going to it?
I mean, it's hard to put a dollar amount on it just because we don't know what dominance will be doing at that time. But if dominance continues this downtrend, and it looks like that's what we're doing, it looks like we just had a dead cat bounce here, and this thing's going to continue its downtrend down through the 50s, then yeah, there's a good chance that every percent that Bitcoin goes up, ETH does 3. We're in that overlap where ETH outperforms Bitcoin. But for that, we really have to look at the ETH Bitcoin pair. So if we go to Ethereum Bitcoin, it's very strong. Right? We're breaking out of a flag now. Yeah. At the very least, I expect to break all-time high shortly on ETH. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, brother. I'm back. Toshi looks good. Right? Toshi's still holding its uptrend for the most part. Nice clean hits off the uptrend. Hasn't retested it. 50's holding it up. Still in the middle of its breakout for its W. Right? Putting in a bullish channel. It's good. Decent little setup. So current measured move would bring you to 0011, but that sets you up for the larger fractal here. You can see it. We're talking about this one. And this, in my opinion, would be the final move. Final move. And so you're talking about the break of this. Done that on log. That would be your bigger measured move there. So your trigger for that move would be oh my shit right now. Breaking 0010. But first things first, right? Get past the small little flag, small little higher low fractal. You said what, 260 on Soul? Yeah, possible. More than anything, I want to break this damn bearish channel, bro. This thing is just all about shitting on a parade. Like just after getting out of this sort of bearish channel here, we'll get all of that sort of funk off us. But right now, people are scared to jump into Soul because it might just hit the top of that range and come all the way back down to 160. But I like it. Right? We're already building our W on a daily that would get us out. This thing has been so technical, this entire move up. There's a lot of price action on here because we've been following this thing like a hawk ever since it bottomed out on ETH. Or Bitcoin, I should say. That would be the W. I'm not going to leave it there because it's just going to crowd the scene, but I'll give you the measured move. Yeah, looks like 260 off of that. So far, the shit's played out perfectly. They front ran that M pattern a little bit, but almost all the M patterns this week got front run, if you notice. Yeah, this W's chunky on the hourly. Then you got the 4 hour. There's just a lot of bullishness going on here, bro. Like, there's just a lot of bullishness going on right there. And you're either playing this one or you're playing this one. Bull flag on the 1 minute. Yeah, a little bit. Consolidating underneath the downtrend is a good sign. Mm-hmm. Getting back above 112 is a big deal. Right? 112 is what we were talking about. Macro support for our for this weekly candle that we want. So getting above 112 gives me that candle that we wanted. And this is the candle that I drew out the other day. That would be us closing above 112.21 basically. Yeah, bears are getting wrecked, but bulls been getting wrecked too. Market makers just sweeping. That tells you everything you need to know right there. Trade leverage, they say.
Going down, gobbling up those longs makes more sense, doesn't it? From a path of least resistance. Coming down. Is there more juice to squeeze down there?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for everything else, right? If it wasn't for the vectors that are above and the current patterns that we're in, but if we go look at liquidity, just flat. Looks like some of the nice stuff is down to the bottom. The 48-hour, I believe we're still not done. But like we always say, right? Some of these guys make it. Some of these guys get to live. Problem is we never know, right? We never know who. But eventually this thing will take off and somebody who 100x long underneath that range will get to eat and hold their shit for the entire, you know? So what I worry about is coming down to the 2 week. Like, we've already taken everything there is to be taken. I mean, at this point, we're just talking about peanuts, if anything. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But all of that heat is up above. 120s. Let's take a look at ETH real quick. Oh, we made it through that. Just gotta adjust it for ETH because the price is different. Power. That doesn't make you feel great. I mean, we are going after that top side. But you do have some heat down below that needs to be addressed. Oof, no, it's not look that bad on the 48 hour, does it? I think we get another ATH this week. The next couple days, actually, on ETH.
Go to the light. Go to the light.
Yeah, seriously, yo. This is like a fish finder, you know? Doesn't mean the fish is gonna be there, but probably gonna drop a hook or two.
Dude, that's it reminds me every time I see it, it's crazy. Dbloc fishing today. Is that thing interactive? Like, can you play it back when it's starting to eat through?
No.
So
No, it sucks. I
sounds
wish
like a
you could.
feature.
Yeah.
Put a little bit of techno with it as it
I'll be right back.
And Crow's going to keep running up.
Crow's doing good, huh? Crow. They got that partnership with Trump Media.
Hold the line, hold the line. Hold on, wait a minute. They're gonna take it all the way to the end of the triangle, huh? Golly. It's a big deal. Just stop pump fake it. You know what I mean?